You are live after 20 minutes of messing around with this stupid nonsense. I finally went online. Yay! Seriously, doesn't have to be that hard to go online with StreamYard and YouTube. Evidently, it does. Evidently, it has to be a battle of wits and and artificial intelligence to make this stuff work online. It's 11:09 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and welcome to Storms, Radios, and Cats live. Okay, what in the heck is going on with the world today? Is something wrong with the world today? God knows it's not his. There's something wrong with our eyes. Remember that song? Living on the Edge, Aerosmith. Um, don't ask me. I can't remember what album that is. It'll come to me later when I'm not live, when it's not important. Anyway, hello, Homestead Aquarius. You are first, sir. You are first. Hello. Good evening to you. And the impromptu live. Anybody wants to join, I will drop the link. You can join, and I won't be by myself acting like a freaking idiot on here by myself. Oh, man. Has it been weird? Has it been weird? I've had a few, yeah, okay. I'm going to admit it. I've had a few, lemonade, Mike's Lemonade, Harder Lemonade, whatever. Trying to blow off some steam. I'm trying to figure out what is wrong with the world today. There's something wrong with our eyes. To mention that, I'm quoting the words of the song. I never thought that Steven Tyler would have the words right now. Those words are relevant now. There's something wrong with our eyes. Such a mess. The world is in such a mess. And I thought, what the heck? Let's talk about it. Let's try to figure out what the heck is going on because it doesn't look good. Hello, Shadow Scout Sweet. I appreciate you coming in. Good morning to you. It is morning time for him over in Sweden. Homestead Aquarius. He's going to share us out. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you, man. You're awesome. I'm going to drop the link here in a minute. And if anybody wants to join in on this broadcast, you are more than welcome to. I maybe have had too many alcoholic beverages, adult beverages, but there's a lot on my mind. There is. I mean, you got to think about it. There's a lot of crap going on. A lot of crap going on in the world right now. They might take my channel down. That's okay because I'm not monetized and I don't care. That's usually what helps a channel grow. Hello, Lucky Duck. Excuse me, Lucky Duck. What's going on? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Shadow Scout Swede, for sharing me on your Twitter. I appreciate that. Every little bit helps. Every little bit helps. As UPS flies overhead. You know how I know the UPS is flying over my house? Because they are the loudest jets. They have to crank up the juice to get over the mountains over here in central Kentucky. They have to get over the mountains. So they crank the juice up on those engines. And they are the loudest MFers in the sky. My props to UPS because you bring, packages to my house probably every other week. So appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah. Lucky.com. Okay. Bear with me. Some I didn't expect was allergies. So we're fighting allergies too. Tennessee Bushcrafter. Hello to you, brother. My neighbor in the state to the south. I'm not going to say my brother from another mother because that just, it's kind of weird to me, but, whatever. I don't know if you guys have noticed it. I mean, like today I went to the store. Currently don't have a car of my own, so I'm having to take rides with the landlord most of the time. I went to the store and it was just odd. There was nobody in there but me and, and the cashier. And I thought, okay, so maybe it's just a slow day. But she mentioned it too. She mentioned it. It's been a slow day. So she got a lot more done. Okay. Didn't think too much about it. I thought, well, okay. Maybe that's just, normal. Excuse me. I've never worked in retail, so I don't know. So 10 minutes later, I'm at the Shell gas station picking up my tobacco and a little bit of alcohol. And the owner said the same thing. I looked around and I said, BJ, I said, it's kind of quiet around here. Has it been like this all day? And he said, Buddy, he said, I don't know. He said, this is weird. It's not been very quiet like this. Today is very weird. I will admit it. He's from India, okay? Or somewhere around there, around the Middle East. Love him to death, And I'm like, okay, because it was like that General Dollar store too. I said, it was just, there wasn't anybody in there except the cashier. I think somebody came in. Excuse me. Someone came in. They grabbed what they wanted and they were out like in a second. Which, okay, it's a dollar store. That's what they're made for. Not a lot of people spend a lot of time in the store. So they might, go in there and grab what they want, a loaf of bread, whatever, and be out of there in a few minutes. But today was a little off. That's 2 stores that I know of. I only went to 2 stores today. Y'all have to forgive me. This is my allergy season. So yeah, bear with me. But it was weird. It was weird. It didn't hit me until I went to the gas station, Shell station, and BJ was just like, the owner was like, it's been like this all day, buddy. I was like, this is weird. This is weird because, being a Tuesday or anytime during the week, that store is, popping. There's people just in and out, and he's like, checking the cameras. He's looking out there at the gas pumps, making sure nobody's stealing gas. Back there at the liquor store, making sure nobody's grabbing a fifth of vodka, sticking it in their coat. You know what I'm saying? He said today was just dead from the time they opened up at 8 o'clock in the morning till that time that I come up there. It was probably 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He was dead. Hello, woman outdoors. Where to begin a homestead? How to garden? Lucky Duck 65. Tennessee bushcrafter. Excuse me, bud. Excuse me, guys. Really, it was the worst time of year for me. Anybody notice that in their neighborhood or in their town or whatever? That it just seemed like the population just suddenly dropped off to nothing. Yeah, anybody else gone to town today and realized that there wasn't anybody around? One, maybe two people, and they were in and out. Just like maybe it's a slow day. I don't know. But today felt weird. And I've had a lot of days that felt weird. So Lucky Duck 65 says be prepared. Larks Homestead, hello to you. Hello. Let's see, we've got quite a few people coming in. This was just the last result. I don't know. I'm bored. And I had a lot of stuff in the noggin that I want to get out from here to you and see how you all react to what I'm noticing around my little town. My little town only has 400 people population, and it spans 2 counties. It spans Lincoln and Casey. I live in Casey. Really weird. But what I can't figure out, where the hell is everybody? Maybe you can throw in your 2 cents and tell me what's going on, because something is weird today. Living on the Edge, Aerosmith, that song comes to mind today. It was actually playing in my head on my way to the store, to Dollar General. And I was looking up at the sky, and I saw a sun dog. You know what a sun dog is? It looks like a rainbow, only it's vertical in the clouds. You'll see the rainbow, but it's vertical. And it's only usually like 50, 100 feet long. I thought, well, that's cool. Not something my weather camp sees all the time. I thought, that's really cool. And then it broke up, and then you saw blue sky, and I was like, oh, that's nice. That's nice, because we've been overcast all day. But I wonder, it's like are people staying home, or are they spending more time shopping online than what they are going to the actual physical store? There's been talk about us going to, the United States going to digital currency. I'm kind of curious what people feel like, how they feel about digital currency, where the dollar is no longer important anymore. For the longest time, I've never had, unless I was paying my landlord the rent. This only time I had any dollars, in my wallet, I would get like $300. That's what my rent is, and I would give directly to the landlord. And then, rest of the time I paid my water, my electric, with my debit card. Never even gave it any thought. And now they're talking about going to digital money, to digital currency. Do you think that that's possibly what's deterring people from coming to retail stores? Yeah. That's right, Homestead Aquarius. It's definitely been feeling weird. Anxiety is in the air. Yeah, it is. Um, let's see. Bed Bath and Beyond. Bear with me, folks. There's going to be a lot of coughing. Stuff's right here. Yes, I took something for it, but this doesn't seem to be working like it used to. Tennessee Bushcracker says, let's see, we lost it here. Places are starting to change here. I probably chose a really bad time to go live. Bear with me, folks. I'm sorry. Places here are starting to change. Card fees, I see are more people using cash now. Exactly. And I don't carry much cash. I always, grab that debit card. That's the first thing I use. Even like today when I put gas in a landlord's vehicle, I used my debit card. I didn't go in. I went in, but I bought, things for myself in the gas station, at a Shell station. Other than that, I don't carry cash. I've always been that way. And it's because I have too many people knocking at my door expecting me to have money. Like, can you spare me $10? I need this and that. And I'm like, no, I'm sorry, buddy. I don't deal with cash. And, I will not get into too much detail about that. It's just because, they have a problem. Okay. Well, that's where we'll go with that. I'm not going to say it. California has the same problem. We'll leave it at that. And that's the reason I don't carry cash. The only time cash passes hands from me to another person is when I pay my landlord. Okay? Other than that, I never carry cash. Now, that doesn't mean I'm all for digital currency. No, definitely not for digital currency because I have a problem with that. They can always be like China, where China says, and I'm going to go ahead, I'm not monetized. I'm going to tell you like it is. We're not monitored. Our standing in society, or our social standing in society in America is not yet monitored. Okay, not publicly monitored. It is monitored. Okay, I'm sure it is, right? But not on the level of China. If you speak out against the Chinese government, they will take all your funds away. Now, America isn't to that point yet, but folks, I'm sure it's coming, right? Tell me if I'm wrong. Cash talks, that's right. Exactly. Until that point where, we're right at that point right now, folks. Right now, the yen is more, it's more, it costs more than the damn dollar right now, the US dollar. The yen, the Chinese yen, costs more than what the US dollar does right now. And that's some scary. Think about that for a minute. Where does all our stuff come from? You go on eBay or you go on Amazon. Where does all our stuff come from? That place that starts with the CH, right? Yeah. I've felt it for a few weeks now. Things just don't settle right with me. And I guess it's probably why, I've hit a few of these, trying to blow off a little bit of steam, trying to get my head around what the heck is going around, what's happening right now in front of us. I want to say hello to Gardening Warrior Q, South Florida Sunshine, Woman Outdoors, Lucky Duck 65, Gardner Josh, Where to Begin Homestead. I really appreciate you all coming in here. This was sort of a, I was kind of like, I was in a what the heck, Facebook channel, and I'm like, it's kind of felt like I should do it live tonight. Yeah, I've knocked back a few drinks, and English is a little slurred, but the thoughts are there. What the heck is happening to the United States of America? What are we facing right now, folks? Everything that we are facing right now leads to what we are doing to mitigate that problem. We're preparing for the worst, right? We're preparing for the worst. It's not just a garden growing, plant growing challenge. I love being part of that. That's cool. I've been having fun. I've got sprouts over there in the corner, But it's not just about that. It's about, you better be prepared. And I'm not totally prepared. I'm trying my best. But things are looking a little bit rough for us in America. And I think people over in Europe are seeing it as well. They saw it long before we did. What folks don't realize is the U.S. dollar affects not just America, but it affects everybody around the world. You take the U.S. dollar away, something in every economy around the world is affected. Trade and commerce is affected by the U.S. dollar, and vice versa. The yen or the ruble or, other currencies in other countries is affected. And I think that's part of what we're feeling now. I'm not sure how other people are feeling right now, and I appreciate if you threw it in the comments, if you're feeling what I'm feeling. I just, it's an ominous feeling. It's not because I've had a couple of drinks. It's because something isn't right. Tennessee, let's see, Homestead Aquarius, yep, in over half of the world. It started, started being, let's see, over half of the world is tired to its effects. We need to get ready for a rough ride. Exactly. Can't stand being labeled as a prepper. Sorry, guys. Yeah. I agree. And prep, the term prepper really really is more of a social label, isn't it? I mean, think about it. When the first, I don't know who the first person was. Let me get a drink. Okay. I don't know who the first prepper was that brought up a channel on YouTube and said, okay, I'm a prepper and this is what I'm doing. This is what prepping is all about. Okay. Um, Maybe they didn't expect their channel to be labeled as prepper. Because listen, folks have been prepping since the dawn of time, since man started killing with a spear and a hatchet, right? I mean that's pretty much the start of putting food back. Okay. The only difference now from, let's say, back in caveman times, or the um you know the well, okay, let's just stick with caveman times. Okay. The only difference between now and then, the caveman didn't have a way to store that food. Okay. They had to eat what they killed. They had to eat it right away. They didn't understand at the time that if you refrigerate this food or put it in the ground in a cellar and keep it cool, that food will last a little bit longer. They had to eat it right away. So a lot of times their diet was fruit and vegetables and a little bit of meat that they were able to catch. Okay, but over time, the the caveman understood that, hey, if I freeze this or if I put it in a cold place, this side of beef or this side of bison or woolly mammoth will last a little bit longer. And over time, they eventually, perfected that ability to preserve food. But it took them a long time. Because look, they were the first man or woman on the planet, and they were learning. It was the first time for them. um, you know, and now we are so much more advanced, but yet we're having to go back in time to like 1800s, 1700s, where our great grandparents preserved food. And we're saying, okay, this is how grandma and grandpa, or great grandma and grandpa, or twice great grandma and grandpa preserved their food. And that's what we need to do now. It's great. It's great to have family that knew that hard times could come. I mean, there was the Great Depression. I mean, yeah, we're kind of looking almost at a Great Depression now, aren't we? Um, you know, Tennessee Bushcrafter says, South Florida, I can relate. I've often wondered the time I'd save if I wasn't trying to manage 100 acres, mowing and bushcrafting, etc. That's another thing. I've seen a little bit of this on YouTube. People buying a little bit more than they can chew. Okay, it's great. It's great if you could buy 100 acres or 1,000 acres. What are you going to do with it? Do you realize 1,000 acres is a quarter of a mile, or somewhere around a quarter of a mile? And you have to keep track of one end or the other. I mean, don't get me wrong. At some point in my life, I wanted 100 acres. Sounded good to me, because that meant there was somewhere around a quarter of a mile between me and my next neighbor. Kind of sounds like Northern Kentucky, or I'm sorry, Northern California. I was adopted at 8 years old. Before that, I was in and out of foster homes that were all over America. Whoever would take me in. The last place I remember was Hemet, California, Hemet, Hemet, California. It was Northern California. Nothing but cornfields as far as the eye could see. Your neighbor was was acres between you and your, there was acres between you and your neighbor. Really not the best place for anybody to, as a child to grow up, especially in a foster home, not in the middle of nowhere. It's probably, that's probably what's pushed me towards being prepared now at 56 years old. Is the fact that I look back at my life and I said, oh my God, I could have stayed with that family. Could you imagine? We're talking, 50, maybe 100 acres between you and your neighbor in Hemet, California. My hat's off. My hat's off to you if you live in Hemet, California. I lived there for a few months. I hated it as a 7 or 8 year old child. I can't imagine it as a teenager or an adult. But right now, 100 acres looks pretty good. I mean, you could live off that, right? But not everybody's got that opportunity. Shadow Scout Sweet, I see you in there. Where to begin a homestead? We have 27 acres, and it's sometimes overwhelming. There's roughly 15 acres here. Okay, good part of that is woods. Okay, so the woods takes, the wooded area takes care of itself. There's a little section besides my place and the people in front of me, and in the top used to be a place up there, used to be a double wide up there, but a fire happened a couple of years ago, burned the double wide down. Double wide burned to the ground. It was a mobile home. So, but this is just 15 acres. This is nothing, compared to what a lot of farmers like Where to Begin a Homestead, Janice, and other people have on their property, But it's a lot. It's a lot. A few acres is still a lot to take care of, and it's a lot to watch over. And, but who was our best teachers? Our best teachers were people from the past, our grandmothers, our mothers, great-grandmothers, great-grandfathers. Those are the people we need to learn from. And if we can learn from them before they pass, it's a gold star. South Florida Sunshine, Carol used to be a Fishes and Loaves Life, and now she started a whole new brand. I'm proud of you, girl. She says, I just would like 5 to 4 cleared buffer of woods between neighbors. You know what? I mean, I can't. If I could pack you up, Carol, and move you to Kentucky, right on this road. I mean, right here, I would. That's what it is like here. That's what it's like here. Honestly, there's 15 acres. You might have to chop some tree. You might have to chop a tree down, but Suburban Hillbilly, good evening to you. She recently passed and is still working crazy hours to pay off the medical bills. So sad to see that land was no life, not even the. This land right here where I sit right now is split between 3 siblings in a family. that I have no ties to at all. I'm just, just to let you know, I'm renting here. Okay. But I'm still doing the whole, I'm trying to grow stuff. I've got stuff growing over in the corner with grow lights and whatnot and stuff out in the yard. At some point, one of those three, if not all of those three siblings of my landlord could say, "Oh, my piece of property, might be my piece of property." That would suck. I'm praying. I pray every day that never happens and that I can just keep this property as long as I want to. And, landlord says that's how it's going to be, that this will always be mine, but it's not in paper. It's not written down. It's not in the courthouse, is it? But at the same time, I work with what I've got and I try to do what I can with it and make it mine. I put more work and more effort in it than what they have, and they haven't even checked on their land in years, right? So you might as well say that this little corner that I live on, and I've got a front yard and a backyard, a little bit of a side yard, that's mine as long as I'm renting, because that's what Kentucky state law says. Yeah, you guys are it. I love at least seeing the chat fired up, and I'm gonna put the chat. I want to put the link out, so if anybody wants to join in on the chat, they can, and I'll put them up here on the panel. There's a lot that needs to be said and a lot that needs to be covered, and there's something I forgot to do today. Coming home from Dollar General, I saw some, a cable hanging down across the road, high enough for a semi truck to hit. And I forgot to call RECC, which is our electric company, and say, "Hey, you got one of them there power lines kind of hanging down pretty low, it might hit one of them there and dang dong trucks and might come to make one of them trucks, have a hurt. He might be hurt. You might have an accident, electrical shock, make a bzzz like that. You better come out check it." Now, I forgot to call him. So, let's see, tomorrow's Wednesday here in America. So I may go ahead and call them tomorrow morning and say, "Hey, you got a power line hanging down?" But anyway, how many of you, back to what my original question was, how many of you have felt like something isn't quite right? Just let me know. Press a 1. Let me know if you thought things don't feel right. And I'm Noodle 77, Noodlehead 77. Hello, darling. Oh my gosh, girl. My fellow weather nerd. My fellow weather nerd. I can't even say that. How you doing, Noodlehead 77? I bring it every day. Hello, girl. Gear Grinder 7. I'll get it out here in a minute. Gear, how you doing, brother? Passamaquoddy. I see a lot of them in there. I love to see people, especially from Kentucky. I love you guys. I love to see people from Kentucky. And no offense to my friends in other states. I love you just as much, but I really get excited when I see people like Doodlehead. That's right. Weather freak, weather geek baby. That's right. That's right. One day we will We'll chase a storm together, Noodlehead. I've been doing good, trying to hire on at Hitachi. Hitachi, like is in Danville, Hitachi? Because Hitachi's not that far from me, Noodlehead. If you, but doing two together, Senorita. Hitachi's not very far from me, Senorita. No kidding, no kidding. I mean, it's right 12 miles from me. Harrodsburg. Okay, yeah. That's cool. I wish you well. I wish you good luck. We're about 30 miles apart. Yep. I kind of, I mean, I wasn't spying or anything like that. I was kind of sort of doing some deducing and some figuring, like Jethro, from the Hollywood Hillbillies, and I was trying to figure things out. And eventually, I kind of was like, "Well, she ain't that far from me. She ain't that far from me." I figured Noodlehead wasn't that far from me, and I was right. Yeah, all my coffee's gone. Dang it. Should make coffee before I started this live. Live on coffee. Bushcrafter, Tennessee Bushcrafter. Our weather is just the same here as always. But all four seasons in 1 week, Tennessee. Know what you're saying, bro. Know what you're saying. Suburban Hillbilly, good evening to you. Hey, I was born in Cleveland, but I gladly accept the label as a hillbilly. I live here in this valley, so Suburban Hillbilly. My hat's off to you. If this was full, I'd take a drink for you. Just saying. Just saying. I mean, Buckeyes can be converted. How do I know I don't have family that came from Kentucky? I don't. I don't know that. There's a good possibility that I do. South Florida Sunshine says that we seem like we're getting more. Y'all, forgive me. These allergies are horrible this time of year for me. South Florida Sunshine. It seems like we're getting more rain than usual in my climate pocket for April. We get a lot of this late May and summer. Well, it is. I mean, weather patterns are all over the place. So, well, yeah. I mean, she's right. Okay, so Carol, you got the beach down there, right? The bikinis and things like that. But everybody's affected by right now. What's happening is, it's not our polar. The north and south poles haven't swished, but our magnetic field around Earth has switched places. It's starting to tilt. So things are a little weird. And we're getting weather in places that, normally did not see a storm or hot weather or, cold weather or rain or snow. we're getting that now in places that didn't see that before because of the polar shift. Now, the poles themselves haven't shifted, just the magnetic field, so they say. So keep that in mind. That's a good possibility that things aren't quite right. No, I mean things ain't right. I'm gonna go ahead and copy the link. If anybody wants to join up, feel free. Um, oh sure. Now it's the time I start yawning. Yeah. Yeah, in the middle of life. I was yeah, Noodlehead. That's right. The winds we have had here lately in Kentucky are not normal, and that is not normal for this time of year. Now, granted, the first part of spring is windy, but for the most part, the windiest season that we have in Kentucky is fall. Now, you know, traditionally, fall is a windy season. Okay. But so, in Kentucky, so is spring somehow a windy season. But we've had more wind than normal. And so I totally get where you're coming from, Noodlehead. It's you're right. So if anybody wants to join the live, that would be great. If you want to come up here on the panel and voice your opinion, here's Homestead Aquarius, or it might be Wilson. It's catch-22. Could be Wilson. It could be, Homestead Aquarius. I'm not quite sure, but we'll add him to the stream to see what happens. Hello. Oh my goodness. Did it work or not? Let's unmute. Why does it mute your mic like right off the bat? Let's see, unmute mic. Maybe he doesn't want to talk just yet. We're clicking on it. Okay. Can you hear me, Homestead Aquarius? Hello. Breaker 19. Breaker 19, Homestead Aquarius. You got a copy on this there Donald Duck? Don't hear him. I don't hear him. I see him, but I don't hear him. Oh, there you are. There you are. I heard a little snippet of you there. What's going on, Homestead? I think.
There we go.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, now we hear you, bro. What's up?
What's going on, man?
Well, I tell you what, nothing but the electric. Until I go solar, nothing but the electric.
I heard that.
And they are soaking me.
You keep it down quite a bit,
Well, I mean, I've had a few to drink tonight, but I'm trying to be good.
Oh no, I'm talking about you keep the you keep your electric bill, pretty low.
That I do.
A solar panel system would be wonderful for you. You would definitely get the benefits out of that.
If I could, if I could go just a few kilowatt hours above what I use every month, you would be right on the money. Homestead. I mean, because I only use like at the most, I think at the most I've used like 10 kilowatt hours. And the electric company has said, are you solar? And I'm like, no, not yet. I mean, the most solar I got is out there in the yard, them little, $1 solar path lights that you put out in your yard for the Dollar Tree.
Yeah.
But it's just me. Why run every light in the damn house if it's just me? And I could run, I could run this one above me, and I could run the two that are growing those beautiful plants. Oh my God. Right?
Yes.
I mean, there's no point in running. And I've seen people do that. They'll leave their house and every light, it's like that song. Every light in the house is on, just in case you feel like, whatever, however that song goes on.
I love that song.
Right? Yeah. So when I'm in the room, if I'm in the kitchen and I'm cooking my supper, I'll have a light on right above where I'm cooking. And when I'm done, I cut it off. Go to the bathroom. Sometimes I do my business in the dark. I mean, I don't need to see what I'm doing. Right? There's no, other than the security light out there, which is a LED, I think they charged me about $14 a month.
Yeah.
Something like that, it's not by the hour. It's just one fee, like $15 for running this light. So I could run two if I wanted to, but you're right. I mean, I would benefit from solar if, I built up on it. That's one thing you need to do, like build up on it, not just go all, hey, if you can go all out, go right ahead, right?
Yeah.
I use 15, if I was to use 15 kilowatt hours a day and I bought a 16 kilowatt hours a day solar system, hell yeah, right? I mean,
Yeah.
because I can sell that other part back to Kentucky, which they're about ready to cut that off. So selling back to them is about ready to be cut off. Whoever thought about that idea was stupid, but yeah, it's coming. So right now,
it's a scheme. It's the things that they get us hooked into, they sound good, and most people take the bait, and then they feel the hook later,
Yes. Yep. And I've seen a lot of nice houses between here and Harrodsburg, Kentucky alone that just looking off to the side of the road while I'm driving. It's such a lonely stretch of road. It's so boring. You're like looking for something interesting and you go, oh, look, they have like 25 solar panels out in their yard. And you get to thinking, well, it's probably like 100 watts each panel. Got 20 panels, thinking, oh my God, they're making a killing selling it back to the electric company, and their electric company is the same as mine, And I'm thinking, I'd like to have a piece of that pie, thank you.
Yeah. Now it's I know where one of them big ones is. It's large compared to the house that has it, and so I know that they're selling a lot of their stuff, their power back to the grid,
Yeah.
And I mean, it sounds good and everything, but I won't mind. I just want the freedom to have mine and not be, and I've got that. But I don't have the money to have this big solar system to operate all my stuff.
Yeah.
There's some people that don't even have the freedom to have their own system unless it's tied to the grid. And that's what they want. They want people tied in. You can't ever leave, that kind of thing. Hotel California.
I mean, there was a woman in Florida years ago. It was in the news, I think. Wasn't there that she was 100% self-reliant in Florida, and they like chastised her. So they were like, you can't do this. This is against our regulations. You can't be self-reliant with electric and your own sewage and your own water. And I forget what her name is, but I'm pretty sure she's right here on YouTube, and I think she has a few videos pointing that out. That she went for a few years where she relied on herself, and then all of a sudden they were like, the state said, "Well, wait a minute, you're bringing electricity into your own home, and you're living off of a well. Oh no! Oh no! We got to tax you for that." Yeah. And then they scream for the longest time. They screamed about saving electricity, saving this and saving that, and then when we do it, they're like, no. You can't do that because you're not on the grid.
Yeah.
Okay, I just saved you like kilowatts per day on electricity. You didn't have to provide me with 16 kilowatts per hour, okay, today. So that's 16 kilowatts that's, either in your power plant, or that's going to my neighbor, or that's going to some guy 50 miles up the road. And you're bitching at me about it? Something wrong with that. No, it's because they can't tax it. Because they can't get their, give me some little bit of money. You give me a little bit of money, you keep that or solar, or you don't just give me a little bit of money. That's really what it comes down to, isn't it?
That's right. That's right. Yeah. They want everybody to be tied into that system because that means money for somebody, just not you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say a whole bunch of stuff on here to, I'm going to stay.
I'm not monetized. I'm not monetized, so I don't care what's said, right?
I heard that, but still, people need to see your cats.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
They'll be booting you.
Good night, Noodlehead. Noodlehead, we love you down there, or up there. Actually, I think you're north of me, so I'm not going to say too much, but good night to you, Noodlehead 77. Well, I've run into you just in the strangest places, but it always makes my evening. Garden, you want to say it for me? Garden State Gardener. There we go. Hello to you, Joe.
Brother Joe done come in.
I probably should go in the other room, make some coffee, I've had two of these, and they're like 8% by volume.
Well, how much? It doesn't. It may be 8% by volume in that bottle, but now, and it's a much less percentage by volume when it's in our bodies, but it has a stronger effect. Once it gets in our bodies.
Well, that's what I was going for.
It makes sometimes we feel more than 10% who we are,
Yeah.
And bulletproof.
I don't know about bulletproof, but I'm feeling it. Yeah, it was just like, today was just like, man, a lot of stuff going on. A lot of stuff you're just going, Like,
I'll tell you what, Raspberry, you're doing a fine job up here by yourself. I just popped up to keep you some company. I just want to hang out with you.
Well, I appreciate it. I see you as family, so I appreciate it.
I will jump down, brother, if you want to take some other people. I'm just burning battery and hanging out with you, brother. That's all.
You hear that? You hear those kittens meowing?
I want to see them kittens. Everybody wants to see kittens.
That's 2 litters. I can't do it. I'm on my laptop, but otherwise I would. She had them in a cabinet of all. It's a cabinet I don't even use, right?
Yeah.
And she's had like 7, but she's how can I clean this up? Dispatched or took care of 2 that didn't make it. We'll put it that way. Okay.
Well,
without getting too graphic. Cats do that though. So there's a little bit less kittens than there was when she started. We'll put it that way.
Yeah. Yeah. Nature's beautiful and she's cool at the same time.
Yeah.
You have to grade it on the overall picture. It's a perfect thing on the overall thing. But boy, when you see some of the National Geographic stuff, like, ooh. Nature, why are you so hard?
You are so evil, Darth.
Yeah.
My God, they're like worse than Darth Vader, worse than Stalin or Hitler. I mean, make them look like pussycats.
That's right.
It's like, oh my God, nature! Whoa, you coming at me with hugs and kisses and shit. And you're like over there killing things. Whoa.
Yeah. Now I might be running folks off, just me being up here beside you, because you got a few people done left. So they may see me. It's like I ain't got time to hang out with this man. He done put that hillbilly up there too. And
that's my brother right there. Homestead Aquarius is my brother, y'all. I mean, I
say that we got 2 more done left. See. Yeah. Oh Lord.
We got a chance to see Bushcrafter. Bushcrafter, you can come up too if you want to, brother.
And see, there we go. Lark's done left out. She's like, hey, I gotta go. I'm just proving my point. I'm here to kill his live stream. That's all I'm here to
do. She's eating
on a Tuesday night.
Oh my God. South Florida Sunshine used to be a Fishes and Loaves live. Carol's over there eating ice cream. Damn it. Should have bought ice cream, but I was at the store today. Wasn't nobody in there, Homestead. It was the creepiest feeling. I mean, there's usually like at least 3 or 4 people wandering around that store.
Well,
there was nobody. And the cashier pointed it out too. She said, Barry, I've never seen it like this before.
Yeah, it might be a bunch of people cut off in the EBT all of a sudden, and they ain't got no reason to go to the store.
Probably. I mean, and then I went to the gas station. Excuse me. I went to the gas station right after the Shell station, and BJ said the same thing. I don't know why his name's BJ. He's Indian, but anyway, he was like, today's been very slow, buddy. And I was like, yeah, that's what they said at Dollar General too. With nobody in there except the one cashier. I don't know, buddy. Is that I have 2 people who are working with me besides me, and with nobody in here today. It's like,
where's these people? Where are the people?
Where the people? Where the buy the beer? But it was quiet in there. I was like, yeah, this is creepy. And I mean, Houstonville is only like a 400 people population homestead. I mean, just
400
one of the
people.
towns. Yeah, 400 and something people.
We y'all ain't got a Walmart then.
Yeah, we don't have, no, you have to go 12 miles north to a Walmart.
All right. So you talking about the store? You talking about the Shell station?
Yeah, the Shell station. I mean, it just, usually that place is popping, but like today, it was just like nobody had the money to buy gas, I guess. I don't know. you know,
Now wait a minute. Y'all got 400 people. That's on the threshold of being the Dollar General hatching up in somebody's pasture right there.
but
So
the next town over is Moreland, Kentucky, and they have a Dollar General. It's only a couple miles.
all y'all got. So y'all just got the Shell station.
Yeah.
Okay.
And a barber shop that's barely making rent. Right? I mean, no, props to you, bro. Okay. Whoever's running that barber shop in the middle of town right there on Main Street in Houstonville, props to you, bro. Don't take it the wrong way, but there's only one bank, one post office, and one haircutting place, and that's it. You go across the street, Shell station, you go up the road north, and there's what is that? Marathon and Subway, and then a Dollar General. Okay. Yeah. There's small little businesses in between. Okay. But if we want to look at big names as far as Shell goes and Marathon and right,
Yeah.
You see where I'm going with this? I mean, it's
you got 400 people there, and half of them are hollering, "I wish we had a McDonald's."
Yeah. Or wish we had a Walmart. We're at least a Walmart. What do they call them? Marketplace.
Yeah.
Is that what the small ones are called? So it's like, we have one cell tower, which if I was to call for emergency services, I have actually Casey County programmed in my phone, so I have to call them direct. No 911. I have to call them direct to dispatch. Okay. If I lived right over the border where like the Shell station and all that crap is, then I would just dial 911 direct. There's one tower. I can't figure out for the life of me why. We just have one tower serving 2 counties, and then you have to waste 3 or 4 seconds by saying, "Can you transfer me to Casey County, please? I have an emergency."
Man. Y'all out there, brother.
We're only 3 miles from that tower. That tower is on 127. If anybody knows anything about Highway 127, it's famous for yard sales. The longest yard sale in America.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And that's it. I mean, that's it, right?
Yeah.
We have one tower. And if you drive towards Lebanon, which is past my road, and going west, you have no cell coverage for a good 10, 15 miles until you get to Lebanon, Kentucky. And then, bang, you have, cell service.
Yeah. My folks, the same way.
Right.
Parts of, not around here, but up in the hill country, up in the hills of Tennessee, there's a lot of places that you can't get good signal anywhere. If you close to the interstate or a town, you're doing pretty good, and you get some cell service. But it can be spotty up in them hills. Just ain't enough people to make it
we
worth
even
their
get
while.
5G. We even get 5G if your cell phone is capable of receiving 5G, we get it.
Uh,
I mean, a friend of mine, I don't have it on my phone. My phone's prepay, but a friend of mine up the road has 5G, and it's no better than 4G.
yeah,
But it's coming off the same tower, that one solitary tower in town. I mean, I could point it out to you on Google Maps. It's just like, I love it here. Don't get me wrong, but we are so behind. We are so behind on the times. It's just like, I'm surprised that we have fiber optic, right?
yeah,
Just weird, really weird.
yeah.
So,
Glenn, how to garden? He's gonna scoot on. We got things to do in Florida.
all right, Glenn. I'm glad you were here, brother, and have a good night over there and great day tomorrow.
The man has got the life down there. Now he can garden year round and fish out there in the ocean year round. That is my kind of deal.
Man, I'm telling you. Yeah. I mean, I can't, we got places like Cumberland Falls and stuff like that, and Lake Cumberland, and we can't do that year round like they can down there.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it down there. Lake Cumberland. Oh man, I could spend a whole day down there. Probably spend more time drinking beer and watching the bikinis than anything else. But at least I spent some time on the lake, right?
With that.
It's beautiful down there. It really, and there is, contrary to popular belief, there is a town underneath the lake, Lake Cumberland.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there is actually a town there. So that's something, if you're into deep diving, that'd be something to look for, because the town is still there.
That would be cool. That'd be cool, but then I would probably, my deep diving days are over. Okay. And if I went down there, I'd probably find a catfish that was hanging out in somebody's kitchen. So I will stick to the on the beach, on the bank, bikini watching, because you think about it, fashion is made to catch the eye. When somebody invests the money in a nice bikini and they show up out there in the sun, glistening with the oil and everything, they want people to notice them. So I like to help them. I notice them, and they thank me, and in their own special way. And I'm okay with that, except for the ones that call me a creepy old man, think they're looking at me. But that's the point of a bikini, is to be seen. And we've lost Barry.
Yeah,
and now he's back.
Press the wrong button. Yeah. But don't get me wrong. We have a couple water parks out here, and they're interesting.
Oh yeah.
Somerset has one, Somerset, Kentucky, off of Highway 27. Some interesting sights to see in the summertime.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't care what age you are. It's interesting. But Food Forest Permaculture, hello to you. Good to see you.
Brother Howie. Yeah, the hair flip. Yeah, get the hair flip. No restraining order so far.
Bob, hey, what you doing, brother? Bob 942. I've been teasing him and call him the chair force.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I have to get a metal detector and take up metal detecting on the beach so that I can remain somewhat incognito, right?
Yeah. I don't know these days. I mean, with the surveillance and everything, I don't know if you're totally, incognito, but hey, more power to you. If you can
Mm.
look like a cat, I believe you can pull it off,
Oh man, cats get everything. Cats and dogs.
right?
Yeah.
This one right here is mad because he can't go outside. He's wanting to pick a fight with neighbor's cat.
Mm.
Hi.
He's a mean cat.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's nice to me, but he's mean as hell to you, to the neighbor's cat. Hmm. What's going on, Bob? Gardening Warrior Q. Q of the collective, the board collective, or the gardening collective.
Resistance is futile. Everybody's going to be gardening soon.
Yeah, yeah. I just wanted to get Bob's attention when I said chair force. He knows I'm not serious about that. Not too
Mm.
serious. I wonder if we can accept another camera on here. So let's see what happens. Um, let's see here. Yeah, I don't know if I have. Yeah, okay, I've got YouTube on this phone. Let's see what happens. We'll take it over to the flowers or the plants over there. These lights seem to be working. I mean, they're not like covering the whole. For choosing. Oh my God! Be quiet. I'm trying to talk. Shh. Why do I
How did your
just?
plants do outside in the cold? Did they do okay?
The flowers. I made sure that, or not the flowers. I'm sorry. Dang. The strawberries are covered. They seem to be doing really well. I mean, they're really perky. So, um, the I'm using like a cooler to cover them, and the cooler had like a crack in it. That's the reason I didn't, on the inner space, it had a crack in it. So I thought, well, I'll go ahead and use that because I was going to use it as a container to grow stuff in. And then I was like, oh crap, we're going to have like 30-degree weather at night. I better cover them up. So rather than mess up a good sheet, I just went ahead and put that over it, and they seem to be doing fine. I mean, they're perky, so the cold's not bothering them.
The cold doesn't bother my strawberries. I don't do a thing to them. The cold, they don't care.
Well, that's what I was worried about because these are only about that tall, right? I got
Yeah.
them from where to begin. I got them from Janice, and I really appreciate that, Janice. They're strong. They seem to be doing pretty good. So, I might be overthinking it by covering them, but just wanted to be a little bit safe and cover the strawberries. That's the only thing I have in the ground. No, that's a lie. I have some flowers in the ground, but they may come up or they may not because they're right like not too far from the strawberries.
Yeah. Well, you ain't hurting nothing by covering them up, brother. Little
Yeah,
coffee, ain't nothing wrong with that.
yeah, they're marigolds and nasturtiums. So both of those are in the ground, right? Like marigolds on the left and nasturtium or whatever on the left.
Uh-huh.
We'll just ignore that for now. But yeah, so they haven't come up just yet, but they're in a spot where I thought that I need a little bit of color in the garden, in the yard. So it's hard to explain. My backyard is like a flat spot at my back door, and then it goes up. Yeah, it's like a bank, and then it just turns into yard, right? So
Yeah.
it's like only um, to get. If I had to guess, it'd be less than a quarter acre. I don't know. But anyway, it's not much. My backyard isn't much,
Yeah.
and so I thought, if anything, I would border right there on that where that bank is, where it leads to the level section to my back door. I would try to line that whole bank with something that was pretty to look at. So more than likely, what's going to end up being there is flowers, strawberries, the 3 strawberries I got from where to begin, and then the rest of that whole bank will be flowers. And then the shed is at the end of the house, the far end of the house, and I'm going to tear it down because it's already halfway there anyway. And then that soil right there has been trampled on by a horse. They used to keep a horse in that shed. So you can imagine what that ground is like, manure and everything else. So I'm hoping if I can aerate that a little bit with by turning it over and stuff, I think that soil will be good. I think it'll be a good place to put my garden. And I'll have some container gardens as well, but for the most part, there'll be stuff in the ground right there where that shed is.
Yeah, it'd be some good fertile ground right there.
I think so too. It's black, so
Mm-hmm.
I think it's good. And there's one other place. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure. I'm going to have to dig it up and look at it. There's a place up at the top of my property. Go on, cat. That is black too. But it kind of reminds me of, just it's like somebody took a box or a bag of topsoil and just went, fuck it, and threw it over there, right? You just threw it wherever it was, wherever they were standing, because it doesn't look natural. It looks like somebody just dumped a bag of topsoil right there and said, screw it. So that's at the top of the hill, and there's some blackberries growing out of that, and they're doing really, really well. But I have so many blackberries, I'm sick of looking at them.
Mm.
My whole yard is blackberries. I'm just kind of tired.
Brother, I hear you. I've got so many blackberries here on my place. Was pretty clear, but in recent years, the blackberries have had their way with it, and a few other things, and I got to claim it back. And here's the bad thing: I hate to cut them back because I see all the blooms and I know how many blackberries it's going to produce. And it's like, no, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to cut you back and forego the delicious treasure there.
Well, what time of spring do you actually start to see blooms down there on yours?
Oh, we've had blooms now for, oh gosh, a month at least. I don't think.
Oh, okay.
My strawberries, they're making strawberries now.
Wow, you're ahead of us. So,
Yeah,
but you're a little bit warmer climate than we are.
Yeah, yes, of course. We're much warmer here. I've had my strawberries have a warm week in week or two in January, and they were popping out strawberries. It's not often that they do that, but it was somewhere around New Year's, right after New Year's. I looked down, I was like, "Dadgummit, there's a dang strawberry right there." But it was in a microclimate too, around some boulders. So they stayed a little warmer and right up next to the cabin. So, they had more of a chance to stay warm.
Good
All
night,
right,
Josh.
Josh going to bed. Oh, he ought to come up here and liven things up, man. He shows up. People know something's going to get knocked over. You know, and you have everybody up here want to see what Gardner Josh going to do.
Yeah. I've seen Bob. I saw Bob with his home security system. Oh, I'm sorry, bird deflecting stuff. And then I was impressed. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be a bird or a burglar one, either one. I wouldn't try to break into Bob's place, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Well,
The little spikes are rough.
yeah, those non-animal like porcupines. I'll stay away from those. Thank you. Turn this camera off here. I know I'm not supposed to smoke while I'm on.
Yeah, I don't like that too much.
Well, we're allowed to drink. I mean,
some are allowed to sit there and drink and get totally drunk on a live stream and then say all kinds of wonderful things.
it's
Tell you
stupid.
what.
I don't understand it. I've seen people smoke weed on here too.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's okay for you to advertise or smoke weed on here, but I can't. Oh, Tennessee Bushcrafter said post the link. Okay, bro. Hold on a second.
Oh, if he comes up here, I'm leaving for sure. My God.
Oh, hell.
If you let me up here, you let anybody in here, I guess.
Yeah. I'll even let a used prostitute up here. She's like a doorknob.
Ew.
Everybody's had a turn.
Ew.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, folks.
Oh. That's that. Get that bargain price.
It is after hours, folks. I would think if radio and TV stations have a safe harbor after 11, that you would think YouTube would, right?
Here's the thing, though. It's after hours now, but then tomorrow, it's open 24/7.
You're right. Replay would get me, wouldn't it? Let's see what happens. Hey, there he is. Hello, Chris.
Hey, man.
Okay, I'm gone.
No, Dad, you stay here, bro.
That was my volume.
Not too bad. What do you know, Chris?
It's another day. Went out and harvested a buttload of chives and stuff today.
Another day, one less dollar. That's the way I look at it. Where's Bob 942? Hello, Bob.
Howdy.
What are you
Hello.
doing, Air Force? Or Scare Force?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Chair force, scare force.
Well, I mean, I saw a P-51 flying from southern Kentucky today.
Right on.
To northern Kentucky. The guy was just having a good time in his P-51 Mustang.
Mm-hmm. Right on. Yeah.
I was jelly. I wish I was up there in the cockpit.
Oh yeah, me too. That'd be a blast on a sunny day. Just
there'd be a lot of people. I was just wishing the guns were working. I mean, whoa, where'd that come from? Whoa, no guns.
No guns. Oh, bummer. Well,
I guess Robert ran away.
Robert.
Hey, I was doing something. Hello, Chris. Hello, Bob.
Okay.
Howdy.
Hello.
because I felt like I needed to play something here to get your attention. You know, something like this. Well, if it plays.
Oh, Lord.
Sounds like my old neighborhood.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
That's the Kentucky prostitute right there.
Oh Lord.
We giving you 10 minutes with her now. You be easy.
Don't worry, you're not hurting her. She just yells like that. Just go on.
This is a family event. There's too many of y'all in here. Y'all just calm down.
well, how are you are related?
Okay, I'm done. Done. Oh,
You ain't done till you took the Appalachian Trail.
20 years of doing stand up. I can't get it out of I can't get it out of my mind, you know. Got to do something.
What are you doing today, Bob?
Where am I? What am I doing? Well,
What have you done today?
oh, out in the front yard, digging some thatch out of the grass, putting down some grass seed, because I'm not going to use any chemical stuff, just some seed, and then in the backyard, did a little bit of grass cutting, just a few things around the house. You know, I just stayed home all day today. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fish is, I'm sorry, South Florida sunshine. She said we need a timeout, boys.
Yeah, haven't seen you guys around for a while. It's good to see you all still alive and kicking.
Well, I'm kicking, just not very high. I don't know about the rest of these guys.
Yeah.
Wilson over there, I don't know. I mean, he gets kicked around all the time.
Oh, Wilson has seen his better days.
We love
Sure.
Wilson. We love Wilson, though. I don't
Y'all
care
don't
what
know
his,
Wilson.
I don't care what his brains look like. We still love Wilson.
Mm. Yeah, I've got to find him some more brains here pretty soon because we tried the aloe and then we forgot that aloe cannot be set out in the sun.
You want
And-
chive seeds?
I'm thinking about them chives. I'm thinking I'm gonna have them chive seeds.
Did I package you chive seeds up? Did I say I did?
I think you did. Yeah, you said you did.
Yeah. I knew I packaged some up for some different people, but I couldn't remember if I did for you.
Yeah. If not, I'll dig up some wild onions.
Yeah.
Stick them in.
These are actually garlic chives, so they're flat like glass or like grass instead of round like onion chives.
Oh, that's cool.
So they've got a little bit stronger flavor than onion chives.
Yeah. That's cool. I've never had any garlic chives before.
But I've got a whole tray that's sprouted, and they're probably about 4 inches, like a little to-go container.
Yeah.
Maybe like a 4x8 to-go container, and I put them cocoa coir mats in there, and yeah, they're doing awesome.
Yeah.
I'm gonna plant them all out probably. Well, I planned on doing it tomorrow, but it's supposed to rain the rest of the week.
Yeah. We got a lot of rain up here. The bushcrafter there, he got that hydroponic system going now.
But, whatever it takes to get those little plants growing.
Yeah, all we need is some sunshine. It's supposed to be sunny here in Seattle for the next few days. And that's what I've just been waiting for. But I planted mostly flowers, like I've said previously. But they're going like crazy. They're enjoying the wind and the rain, and they're just out there kicking it.
Isn't Seattle though? I mean, Seattle is like wet by nature, isn't it? I mean, it's always raining there, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, it's pretty normal. Pretty normal.
Like 90% of the time, it's rain.
But it sure seems like it. Yeah.
I mean, not throwing off on you or anything. I'm just saying
No.
it's
Yeah,
weird-
it's
a weird.
well, it's the location. Is it like I'm on the east side of Puget Sound, and the clouds come off the Pacific Ocean and they back up against the Cascade Mountains, and for the clouds to get over the mountains, they drop all the rain, and it's right where the population lives along Puget Sound. So it's just soggy, always soggy.
Yeah.
And we had Passamaquoddy come in too. I just noticed that we got Passamaquoddy, and I Bring It Every Day came in. I don't know that channel.
Oh, Kelly. That's Kelly. I bring it every day.
I
Yeah,
Bring It Every Day.
I bring it every day. She goes to, I believe, GT's channel quite a bit.
Okay.
Well, Q, I hope it does warm up to the 80s. I'm really ready for it.
Well,
I'm ready for
I'm
it.
not.
Hmm.
I mean, I like warm weather, but I don't want to be in the damn 80s. That's for sure.
Oh, I'm the opposite there, Barry. I like the hot weather.
Well, I say I'm like right now. That's what I mean. I don't want right now to be in the 80s because it's too early in the year for us. And Tennessee I think Tennessee would agree.
Mhm.
It's probably a little bit too early for us to be there, but we were close, weren't we?
Yeah,
Tennessee.
we actually got up like right at like 79, I believe, a
Yeah.
few times.
Man, I'm ready for that.
But
But I mean, my body can't. I have to stay in a warm climate. I obviously can't move to Florida. So, I would rather it be warm, but, I do have a limit at some point. We're in the springtime here in Kentucky, just barely. In Tennessee's the same way. If we was to hit 80 for a week, that would throw everything off. I guess that's what I'm getting at. It'd be a little bit too much too early.
we'll get up there, and I don't know. There's a lot of things I just can't grow. Like outside, 9 years out of 10, I cannot grow lettuce because, I mean, we'll be 19 degrees one night and we'll be 90 the next day.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, we just don't have no spring.
Tennessee and Kentucky. If you want to experience all the seasons, come down here because you'll experience them like in 1 week.
Yeah, it can be like that here also. Yeah, sometimes in one day.
Yeah, it's messed up.
Mm-hmm.
But having grown up in Ohio, I've never seen such a broad spectrum of seasons, I guess, until I moved here. And I
Must
was
be
just like, wow.
must be the mountains, like here in Washington and Tennessee and Kentucky. The mountains must have something to do with that.
I think they do because when I lived in eastern Kentucky, down around Hazard, Kentucky, the mountains tend to stall a storm, especially in the wintertime.
Uh-huh.
They will stall a storm right there, and it will dump everything it's got on top of you until it finds a way to break away from those mountains and move away.
Kind of, you're describing my area right here. It'll just dump all the rain.
It was insane. There was one year where we had 12 inches of snow
Ooh.
And then in the summertime, that summer, we were up there around 100, plus degrees, and we were sweltering.
Hmm.
It was just, the air conditioners could not keep up. And I said, this is insane right here.
That's one thing. I track a lot of that stuff. Write down like daily or weekly temperature averages or whatever in my gardening journal. And I've been doing it for several years. And I told you this before, Barry. I looked it up a couple of years ago. Middle Tennessee actually gets more rain than Seattle. It's just we get it all at once.
Oh, yeah. See, here in this area, it's like we just call it drizzle. It just rains and stops, and it just goes on day after day after day. I believe the worst that I saw it here, man, my seasonal depression was killing me that year. We had 93 days of rain.
Oh,
93
well, that's
days.
like just last week. You know that bucket traps you can make for rodents?
Yeah, I've heard of them.
You
Yeah.
put water in the bottom and whatnot. I made one of them and I set it out and I put about 2-3 inches of water in the bottom of it. 5-gallon bucket.
Mm-hmm.
By the end of the week, it was about 6 inches from the top.
Sounds familiar.
And where we have clay, a lot of it will just run off, and in 2 days, it's all cracked. So, it doesn't absorb.
That's going to take a lot of work on your part to be able to build that soil up to have a garden, I would imagine.
Yeah, that's why I grow mostly in raised beds, and I've got like a gardening spot that I've been working on for about 5 years.
Isn't most of Kentucky? Tennessee. Isn't most of Tennessee like clay like that?
Yeah, until you get to about west of Nashville, they start getting like more bottom land over there because it's all flat, and they have a lot of chert and stuff over that way. Which is
why the interstate is where it is now, because you get on the interstate, it seems like you're above, you're almost in heaven, to put it, well, just to put it that way. I can't think of any other way to put it except to be above everything. And at some point when you're traveling in Tennessee, you're still not above everything.
Yeah.
At some point when you enter Tennessee on 75, you're like right above everything, but at some point you are not. Right? Yeah, it's just like if the only way that they could put a road in there would be to build it up.
Yeah.
Because eventually you're gonna run out of clay. And clay would be easy to work with, but after you run out of clay and you've got soft soil to work with to put a road on, things get a little bit different.
Yeah.
So I imagine that's what made their decision to run the road where they did.
Yeah, it's like when you're going to North Carolina, on 40, you got to go through that bridge or that tunnel. Well, I was working in Greensboro, North Carolina one year. Well, they had mudslides and stuff that year.
Oh.
I couldn't even get home. But luckily, they shipped me up to D.C., Dulles Airport.
Well, I had to go to South Carolina.
Yeah.
And I went through that tunnel.
I went to Dulles and went up that way, and then, I came home from there.
That I think I got video of that tunnel. I used to have it on my channel, but I think I took it off. But running through that tunnel was, there's more than one.
Yeah.
But we were running south, so I really couldn't tell you which one that was, but I'm sure it was off the interstate.
I have my microphone muted, and I can't believe that somebody has nailed me. Okay. Listen. All right. Listen now. Listen. Can y'all hear that? Can
Yeah.
y'all hear that wonderful crunch? Yeah, I'm indeed over here sitting here eating a Nutty Buddy.
Nutty Buddy. Okay.
You know, I almost grabbed some today when I was at the store, and I chose a container of or a little thing of those uh, like chocolate and vanilla cookies, you know, because they were cheaper.
Mm.
They wanted like $2 for the Nutty Buddies, and they're like $1 something for the cookies. And I was like, well, you know, this is kind of hard.
Mm.
I went ahead and took the cookies.
Money talks now, it does. And this is my last Nutty Buddy in the house. Okay.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to be at the mercy of whatever they have or don't have on the shelf. And that,
You
because
might
I
have
will
to
be
go
there
generic.
tomorrow.
Well, let me tell you, those off-brand Nutty Buddies are no good. They're nothing like Little Debbie's.
There's some things I just don't. I mean, I'd feel bad. I'd be bad, like I was cheating on Little Debbie if I did that.
Should put you out on the front porch if you do that.
Uh-huh.
Mm.
Well,
I think a lot of them off brands, they put wax in the chocolate so it doesn't melt. I
Yeah.
swear
Yeah.
it does.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I was getting at. Tennessee, it sticks to your teeth and everything. There's not enough brushing in the world to get rid of it. Yeah.
So, Barry, did you see what I said the other day? I finally got me a shepherd.
Did you? I don't know what's wrong, Chris, but I saw your message where you said, "Guess what?" And my answer was what, and then I heard nothing after that, and I was like, "Uh-oh."
I never got it.
As Led Zeppelin said, "Communication breakdown." I don't know why that is. Other people have said the same thing when they try to text me to my number, like they're not getting my answers, and I don't know why not, because yeah, I mean, I get phone calls, so why can't I get text? I don't know.
Yeah, this lady, but I don't know. She has to move, and they were out on a farm. They had 11 shepherd puppies, and they usually get about 400 a piece for them. But she was giving them away just so she could move, and they're all black. They're black German shepherds.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Well, the intimidating ones.
Little demon-looking dogs.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Boy,
I
keep
told
him.
my old lady, I was like, could you imagine coming up somebody's driveway and seeing that thing staring at you?
No,
Yeah.
I'd be going the other way.
Well, you know what? At least they're not my neighbors. Where they I mean, they got like mixed German shepherds. I don't know what they're mixed with. They just like bark nonstop, and they never come out to like, you know, with a shotgun or anything. Like, who's out there or anything? They just let them bark, and I'm like, you know, what's the point of having a dog that's going to alert you to something in your yard if you're not going to step outside and see what it is? I mean, it's just
Mhm.
okay. Granted that they might run someone off, might, but you know, as they say, a mite is on a chicken's butt. So, you know, I'm just saying. But you know, these people aren't quite all there. So, like
And they
Clark
say them
Short
dogs
before
that bark
that.
all the They say them dogs that bark all the time. It's all out of boredom usually because basically neglect.
Yeah, they don't even pay any attention to them other than feeding them and giving them water. And when they want to talk, they'll say, "Shut up," and that's the only time. Oh,
Oh,
got a
that
lot to say.
one of those.
I've got a lot to say
Yeah.
about them, but I
Yeah,
will not
that's
share
not
it
good. Mm.
publicly. I will not share what I have to say about them. Yeah.
Complete opposite of my neighbor's dog over here. She's a black lab. Her name is Luna. And man, they take good care of her. She is such a sweetheart, you know. The Some of the neighbors over here have been living next to each other for many years, and right around 6 p.m. after all the day shifters get home, tend to, like today was an example of, several of us will pull up lawn chairs and sit out there and talk, and Luna just takes full advantage of that. Man, she's got everybody in the neighborhood throwing that tennis ball for Luna.
Oh, yeah.
She's got a good life.
But you got a good neighborhood, Bob. I mean, if you can have
Yeah,
a dog like that in your neighborhood, you know you got a decent neighborhood.
absolutely right. Yeah,
But
this is
here you've got, well, I won't get into it.
You got people that dump off washers and dryers down in hollers. That's what you got around here.
There you go. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're up against, Barry. I
Hired,
lived in a
hired to
place
do a
like that.
job. Hired to do a job. Only they had to take it a little bit further and start taking things that belonged to them. It wasn't part of the deal. So we'll just leave it at that. But, it's not my business. Imagine Kermit the Frog says he's got his little cup of Lipton tea, and he says, "But that's none of my business." Carol, do you want to come up? Because Carol, he'd even things up.
Luna dog. She
female up here.
She has adopted me. She'll even come right here in my shop and bring the ball, or sometimes she'll just run in here and look at me, and she's telling me, "Come on outside. I need someone else to throw the ball." I like that dog. She is a sweetheart.
The neighbor's dog is. She didn't take very long to take up to me, and their owners were just like, "Oh, I can't believe that Roxy just took right up to you, just like she's known you for years." And I said, "Well, animals sense whether you're a good person
they do.
or not, whether you like an animal or not.
They do, yeah."
And the first time I saw Roxy, I was like, "Oh my God, it's a Labrador." I love Labradors. Right next to the Siberian Huskies and German Shepherds. Mm-hmm. Those are my three. Collies. I like collies, but collies aren't right there. They're not that far, they're not that close to the top. Because collies are pretty and that's it. Right?
Yeah.
They're smart and they're pretty. That's it.
They take a lot of maintenance, that long hair.
Nobody is scared of a collie. Nobody's scared of Lassie, right? I mean, it's just like, oh, that's pretty. Isn't she pretty? Let's go steal that guy's boat.
Yeah.
It's like, what do I have a dog for?
Same way with, what is it, golden retrievers.
Yeah.
Oh man, those dogs will.
I've seen some labs. I've seen some labs that are babies to their family.
Yeah.
And bitches to their to the enemies. They're just like.
I had a male like that.
You come up here to start that. Oh, bring it on, boys. Come on.
I had a male black lab like that. To us, he was the greatest dog, but any strangers, man, he could put out the most ferocious bark and stand his ground.
And later on, they put out the most hellacious crap you've ever seen a dog lay down on the ground.
Ain't that the truth?
You're right, guys. I mean, I've never seen a dog put out the species a Labrador can lay down on the ground.
About that.
Yes.
I know.
Like
I have
cow patty.
Yes.
I'm like, I love you, dog, but you're like, please don't do that in my house.
Did I ever tell you the prank I pulled on my ex-wife with that Labrador? Oh, I worked second shift, and she did something to piss me off. So before I went to work, I opened up a can of Nally's chili with a whole bunch of cheddar cheese, warmed it up in the microwave, and I go, come here, pup, come here, Steel. And I gave him a great big bowl of chili and cheese before I went to work.
Oh my God, Bob.
I came home, and the ex-wife starts screaming, I don't know what got into that dog, but he's been farting all day.
My God. Oh,
I
that
know
is
what got
evil.
into him.
Oh my God. Oof. That's me and some that's oh. I've had to deal with myself
Yeah.
and some of that armored chili in the can. I
Mhm.
can't imagine.
Uh-huh. And that dog
So,
would always be right next to her. You know, he was always next to us. He was always next to us. So I guess he was letting them loose all day and into the night. And about midnight, I came home from work, and
that's all right. That's all right, Carol. We appreciate your thought, though. Yeah, Pastor McClotty tried to get me some chickens, and much as I would like to raise some chickens, you know, there would just be so much I would have to do, like armored chicken coop,
Mhm.
you know, Fort Knox chicken coop, because all the damn hawks.
Yeah.
There's a ridge over here where they live. There's a cave up there where the hawks live, the red-tailed hawks.
Oh.
And
Mhm.
yeah, Tennessee knows what I'm dealing with. I'm sure he's seen plenty of them there.
Yeah, we got a lot of hawks, but we might have one hawk cause a problem every year, but that's about it.
I'll be right back.
That's all right, Bob. We see like 3 or 4 of them over here, Tennessee. They're just, flying in. Either they're taking advantage of the thermal updraft, or they're circling something that's dead. And, you know, you can watch them. You've probably watched yours long enough to know that what they're looking for.
Yeah.
Some of them are just playing on the thermal, updrafts, but others are just going, hey, there's something down here, and we're all going to jump on it as soon as it dies. When it dies, we're done. We're down there.
I was surprised that barred owl that I had coming out there in the front yard. I was surprised that thing didn't try to do nothing. They come out in the front yard, I think 4 nights in a row, and I don't know. It's moved on. I ain't seen it. I mean, you can hear them all around, but I don't really see them that often.
My
Except for
owl,
driving. Yeah.
my owl came back.
Hmm.
All last year, I never heard from her until here just recently. She came back. So she's not up here at the top of the ridge, no, up here on the top of the property, but she is in the woods here. So I feel a little bit, like it's like an old friend, if they're not there, something isn't right. And that's the way I feel about that owl. She comes back, and having not heard her all year last year, it was just a little weird for me. But she is back. I probably shouldn't be excited about that, because she can take one of these cats away if she wanted to,
Yeah.
or he, but
They will. They'll take a cat, sure enough.
yeah. But it's just one of those things that, like, when they're gone, you notice it. You're like, I don't hear that owl calling out in the nighttime, or scaring the crap out of me when I'm walking walking around in the dark, and that thing just lets out a big, oh, woo, and you're going, it's crapping yourself. It just it's a little bit weird not to hear those creatures, and just like the coyotes. I mean, I've heard the coyotes out of here just recently.
Our coyotes around here haven't really been that vocal here lately, but it's not really mating season for them yet. About another month, they'll start getting really vocal.
I was 10 feet from my house up here on the road on the driveway to the upper lot. Just as soon as I came up over my grass there over the top to the driveway, there went a red fox.
Yeah.
And I mean, I wasn't even 10 feet from it. And that's the first I've seen. We were just talking about it in chat on Messenger about foxes, and sure enough, here, one come the woods, and she or he took off running up the hill, and I tried to, kind of follow her path, but by the time I got over that little hump, she was already gone, or he was already gone. So I don't know where it went to, but I found a hole in the ground that could be possibly her, their den, but I don't know. Landlord said that there was a den of them up here on the ridge, but he didn't know exactly where. So could be right where I seen it,
Yeah.
But
we really haven't had that active of a early spring as far as predators yet. I mean, I haven't really had problems with possums lately. Really, nothing. Raccoons, nothing.
Welcome back, Bob.
Oh, thank you much.
Let me see here. We'll share this with my computer. Put my glasses on so I can see what I'm doing, because I'm getting old. I'll admit it. I'm getting old. I'm getting up there. I'm only 56. I'm not that bad off yet.
No, I hit 60 recently
I'm just
here.
off. I'm just not that off yet. But let's see here. See if my Bluetooth is working, and I'll share a picture of what I think is their den. But I could be totally wrong. It could be something else.
What kind of animals are you talking about here?
Red fox came over the top. I came out of my house, and I was almost to the driveway, and I was probably 10 feet from it, and this fox pops out of nowhere and takes off to the top of the hill. So I don't, I don't know, but I don't know if it's got this is a den or not, but there's a hole in the ground up here on the hill.
Yeah, that's where they live.
So there's a very good chance that that's theirs. Let's see if this picture will transfer.
Every time it starts getting real cold, we have real cold weather during the winter, and it gets all the animals moving. That's when I see foxes running around.
Yeah, that's when I see a lot of predators when we have a bad winter. And we had a pretty mild winter this past winter, so.
Yeah, it hadn't been bad. It hadn't been bad at all. We had some, but it wasn't like we had bad cold spells with that Arctic stuff coming down in them real deep wells with the jet stream, but we haven't had reliable season changes like we used to,
That polar vortex, that was just
it comes in and drops 40 degrees or 60 degrees from what it normally should be, and then it's right back up to 40 or 60 above what it should.
I mean, I burnt more wood during that little vortex deal than I think I ever did my whole life burning wood. Just I might be exaggerating, but I just felt like I was wasting wood. Is what it felt like. It's just like, well, I got to stay warm, but it wasn't really warm. It was warm, but it wasn't like
Comfortable.
Yeah, it wasn't comfortable. I felt like I was still shivering and crap. So I don't know why this won't. Well, we'll try to do this the generic way here, but there's a there's a hole right there.
I see it.
Black hole right there.
Uh-huh.
I don't know.
I
That don't look very active though.
I could not get to it because of briars and thorns and everything. But yeah, I don't know. I kind of felt like it might have been a fox burrow, but I don't know.
Probably.
It might be, but that don't look like really one used this year, really though.
Yeah,
Could be armadillo.
Could be, or a groundhog.
probably. Well, you know what? We got groundhogs because I've had them at my door. I've had. I'm about to change my drugstore glasses because it's starting to give me a headache.
Mm-hmm.
But I've had possum and groundhog and a raccoon at my back door. And so I've kind of wondered about that hole because I've never been able to get to it because of the weeds and everything and the briars and the thorns and all that stuff. So
that might be a rear exit because the rear exit won't be used that often. But usually
there was no path. There was no noticeable path from it. So
right. If it's a main entrance, usually, it's down through the dirt just about.
Yeah, right. So I couldn't see a path coming to it or anything like that. So there's a very good possibility you're right on that. That it was a rear exit, but and it's a very good possibility it's not even used. But it's the first time I've noticed it because I've actually lived at the top of the hill before I lived here. There was a double wide up there. I moved out to let a bigger family move into it, and I moved down here because this is only a 2-bedroom. And it was just me at the time, so I thought, well, I'll just take the 2-bedroom. They can have the 3. So I don't remember that hole being there. So that's over the past year or so, that hole's become a hole.
Right.
It wasn't there before.
We in my area, we used to have a lot of foxes when I was young, but then the coyotes moved in, and I think they cleaned up the foxes. I believe that's probably what happened to them. They're just not around anymore. I mean, it was growing up. It was hard to keep them out of your hen houses. Foxes, man, they're smart as heck, and they'll keep trying and trying. But then suddenly, when the coyotes showed up, they moved off, or maybe they got eaten.
Yeah. Janet, Homestead, where you are, it doesn't matter if you're late or not. I appreciate you being here, just the same. And I hope you're doing good this evening or tonight. It's good to see you here on the live. Yeah, the funny thing about it, Bob, is I was just saying the other day in chat that we had not seen many foxes in this area, and if we did, they were more towards the main highway. They were more towards the main highway than what they were up here on the back, on the side roads off that main highway.
Uh-huh.
We always saw them running up, up farmers' fence line or fence row,
Mhm.
And a lot of farmers out here have 80, 100 acres of wood, of not woods, but land.
Yeah.
And it's already been tilled. And what I'm saying is, we hardly ever saw them back here in on this road. Okay, this road's not as developed as, like, let's say Highway 78, which leads up to my road. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's all
It does.
farmland. And it was so weird. It was like, oh, there's a fox. Oh, there's a fox. It
Mhm.
hits you like twice. You're like, oh, okay, we normally don't see them out here.
Yeah.
And it hits you. They're like, wow.
Do you suppose they're eating roadkill on the highway? You suppose that's where some of their
eating
food's
whatever
coming
they
from?
can find.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Eat whatever they can find, because we are pushing them, just like when Lexington, Kentucky. If for folks who don't understand or don't know about Lexington, Kentucky is a metropolitan area. Okay. To be a city in Kentucky, and I'm pretty sure any place in America, you have to be 10,000 or more, right, to be a city.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Lexington's where they have the horse races.
Yeah, right. Yeah, yeah. They have horse races up there. We see black bears every year in Lexington. People in
Mm-hmm.
subdivisions, losing their shit because they see a black bear sitting in their yard or playing in their yard or eating out of their garbage can. It's because we're pushing them out of their habitat.
I'm gonna lose my crap if I go out there and actually see a bear instead of just hearing him in the bushes.
Yeah.
Especially when I'm armed with a 22.
Good luck. Oh.
He's like, I wish these gnats would leave me alone.
Oh boy. Well, that last summer when I was on chat with you guys a couple times, that bobcat came right up to my house and took two rabbits, full-grown male bobcat, and I lived in the suburbs. I was like, wow, no kidding, dude. But the second one he took was right on the front porch of the house. Wham! He just took it, and he peeks around the corner and looks at me, and they're like, okay. That's your rabbit.
Yeah.
I'm not messing with you, man.
I don't know, man. If I seen a bobcat or something try to get my rabbits, I'd probably be thinking good luck.
Yeah.
Cool. I mean, I haven't really messed with my rabbits a whole lot here lately. So, I mean, if you don't mess with them, they get kind of aggressive. And I mean, the adult ones, heck, I don't know, they're probably pushing about 12 pounds right now. So, beat the heck out of you.
Oh, I tell you, TN, when he took both those rabbits, I heard it because I had the garage door open, and those rabbits let out one quick squeal, and it's over. Man, that bobcat's wow, dangerous. But he didn't have any interest in me or nothing. He just came there because he knew he could find some food, and then he just took off. Carrying a big old cottontail in his mouth, like, okay, peace, man, peace. We're good. That's all yours.
Well, I'll tell you what took care of the rabbits around here. I have 2 cats that took care of the rabbits around here.
Oh, okay.
I wish they didn't, but you can't. I mean, there's some things you just can't stop, and that's a cat taking a rabbit down. It's like,
that's a fact. Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty damn impressive, really, if you think about it.
Yeah.
A cat took a rabbit down, but they were pretty close to the house, and she was just like, I don't know if she thought they were a predator or what,
Hmm.
but she
Yeah.
took them down.
It cracks me up to people that don't realize rabbits make sounds.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
I've got
Mhm.
one right now that's kind of being a butthead, and he gets in arguments and stuff with the other ones, and one will bite another one on an ankle or whatever, and just you can hear a squeal down in the whole
Mhm.
holler down here.
Yeah, you
Okay.
got how many rabbits you got, Tien?
Right now, I've got 16.
Oof, more than I could
Say
handle.
6-0 or 1-6.
1-6.
Okay.
Yeah, I know when I was up to like 40, I was starting to get a little out of hand.
Woo.
I was going through like
That's a lot.
I was probably going through, I don't know, maybe 300 pounds of feed a month.
Ooh.
That's a lot of rabbit poop.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, it is. Which there again, that's the main reason I started raising them. It wasn't for the meat; it was for the byproduct. But the meat is delicious as well.
Yes, it is. Rabbit is delicious.
It is.
I'll tell you what, if you want poop and then get a few eggs and meat on the side, you get quail, and I promise you, I swear, they poop twice as much as I fed them. And if you let them, they'll waste half as much as they eat, or twice as much as they eat. But quail are some. I swear, I'm like, what are y'all? How are y'all making all this poop? But
And they they taste delicious, don't they?
they do. They
Oh,
do.
man, they are delicious.
And a lot of people don't realize that like domestic rabbits are completely different from wild rabbits. Where wild rabbits like a darker meat, domestic
Mhm.
rabbits, I mean, it's just like chicken.
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
Yeah, it's something I haven't had the pleasure of trying just yet.
Let me say one thing before anybody pipes in. Carol, as far as you'd have to do a little research on that. Some rabbits, the males can go sterile in the summertime. So it's the heat. So you'll have to look at that. But I do know Auburn University has developed a different strain of New Zealand rabbits, and they're supposed to handle the heat a lot better. But I mean, if you can just put a fan or something out, that might help a lot. You can put frozen 2-liter bottles in the freezer, all that kind of stuff to help keep them cool, like in August and whatnot.
But see, that's what I worry about because it's. Well, I don't worry so much about the heat. I worry about predators around here.
Yeah, well, it's going to take one heck of a predator to get my rabbits.
Yeah,
we've gotten to the point to where genetically we can create a rabbit that used to go sterile, but now it won't in the heat.
Right. So that might be like them Auburn, New Zealand's that they've come up with.
Well, I guess rabbits that stay in the heat, and you cross some genetics with them or something.
I've just got to where, like in late summer, July, August, September, I just don't breed them.
Yeah.
That's their time off. And then I breed them kind of intensely most of the rest of the year, except for the coldest part of the year.
Yeah.
Because it never fails. The real cold night, when you have a real cold snap, that's when they'll drop them.
I've seen folks have several people have them. They've got they raise rabbits, but their hutches and everything are underground.
Yeah, I've seen some of that.
That's some neat stuff right there.
Yeah. At Rabbitry Center up there in Michigan, he used to do a lot like that, and it was a pretty cool setup. But my gosh, the work involved, and you'd have to have the perfect setup
Yeah, there's
to do
one.
what he's doing.
You try to
Oh,
get
we're
me
going down to
that,
2 of them.
Okay.
Well, it does make sense because that's where the rabbits naturally live is underground. That's
Right.
that's
You're on camera. Yeah, bear with me, y'all. I do this without my glasses on. That's intelligent, isn't it? Put them on my phone, y'all. Okay.
That's like I've thought about trying to do something with the skins of them, but
There you go.
usually you process them at too young of an age, so their pelts are too thin.
That's the one
That's
thing.
gonna have to go on the ground. Go ahead with that, though.
A little bit, yeah.
Oh, damn it. Let's go back to the phone. Okay, hold on. Oh, damn. It's something.
sounds like a nightmare, doesn't it?
It does.
Echo feedback loop, and your ears are caught in between.
Ah!
Yeah, I'm not sure how to stop that. Still doing it? Yeah.
No,
you're good.
No,
All right, see that? Look at that. Yeah, it's still going. Damn it. Okay, can you hear me?
yeah,
Okay. It's echoing back to the phone is what's happening. Oh, I'll be damned. It's okay. I turned it off, but still doing it. Really?
That one sounded like a dental chair.
sound like somebody with an ice pick is fixing to come at you.
Mm-hmm. Hitchcock movie or something.
We'll just show you where I am so far. Look at that. Sunflowers. Damn it!
I'll
funny.
talk. I'll talk.
Uh,
I'll tell you everything.
Obviously, that's not going to work.
Mhm.
It's funny to watch the
But
ring
anyway,
around your icon there just start to grow. And just
we'll turn the volume back up so I can hear you guys. Cussing me for positive feedback.
you said. I said I thought that was a strange woman.
Well, anyway. I even muted the phone. I don't know. Anyway.
That's kind of what a bobcat sounds like up here in the hollers.
Mhm.
now I've got you on a second. I've got you on 2 devices here. I've got my StreamYard set up here on my phone. And on my tablet, I've got you set up with just a tiny bit of volume, just one click of volume. So that we got that good credit rolling through here for hours. Not that you are needing that or anything, just a habit of mine.
Oh, I need the hours. Trust me. I
You need the hours, but you need the like the subscribers too.
Yeah.
you gotta have some of them.
Yeah. Q, I muted my computer and my phone both, and it still did it. It was, I think the aliens. I think aliens were involved in that little fiasco just now. Bigfoot.
Do y'all know the channel Cat in the North? Have you guys ever run into her channel?
I don't think I
No.
have.
Yeah, she lives up in New England, and uh, her channel's a lot like mine, just a hodgepodge of different, you know, different things that she does. She's a retired nurse, and she had a video today that she says, "Well, I finally hit 1,000 subscribers," and I sent her a message, congrats, and I said, just be yourself, just and don't push the subscribe and on, don't push that, and people will come. Just be
Yeah.
yourself. Just keep doing what you're doing, Kat. I like her videos. Sometimes it's just going through old family photos, and other times it'd be little video clips of the deer eating her garden out up there in Massachusetts or Maine. I think she's in Maine. But
Or sometimes you just go to some, Philippine girl's name. It's Verna Cordon, and
oh
you just
yeah,
stare at her because she's
yeah,
so damn cute. But yeah,
you see my comment every day there, don't you, Barry? I like
she's,
Verna. She,
holy crap, she just gets prettier every day. I swear.
I swear, yeah, she just does what she does. That's the kind of channels I really
But you know
like.
what? When you watch her, if you've watched her for a few months, you start to see when she's having days where it's just,
Yeah,
yeah, right. It's
yeah.
just, you could tell she's just like, I wish I was away from here.
Well,
No, wait a minute. Who is this?
Huh?
it's summer. Her name is Verna Cordon. She's in the not far from Manila. Pretty Filipino lady, and it's summertime right there now, Barry, and it's hot all year, but it's
Oh yeah,
really,
yeah.
really hot in the summer there. And yeah, I said, every time I see her on a live, I'll start, hello, pretty Verna, and the other day she looked like she was not feeling well,
Well,
part of that,
I
part of
can
the,
imagine the heat. I mean,
and she's
even
right
under
out.
the tent, and she's trying
Mhm.
to sell those onions or whatnot.
Yeah, yeah,
It's just like, oof.
that's life over there, man.
Wow.
That's how it is, and unless she can get somewhere else, she's going to do that for the rest of her life in the same place, selling the same fruit for the rest of her life. It's the way it is, guys. That's how most of the world lives, and it's just a shame. But I spoke to her. Oh, I think it was on Shadow Scouts live a few weeks ago, and she said she's going to have some fella from United States come pay her a visit. Okay, good, good. I hope things work out.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. For all the problems we do have in the States, at least we do have opportunity.
Yes, sir, we do. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, but we
I
don't have
mean, maybe
to.
more, maybe some more than others, but
Mhm. Yeah.
either way, I know I could dropped off, being an electrician at any time, and
Hmm.
I don't know, went and laid carpet or whatever I wanted to do.
Yeah. Over there, and a lot of the countries around the world, you have to pay to get a job.
Right.
Yeah, you have to go through government bureaucracy and pay and pay and pay and pay, and that's why I say, unless Verna gets some kind of a lucky break, her and millions of others are going to be right there selling fruit for the rest of their lives, man.
Oh man.
That's the way
I
it is,
mean, but
guys.
you could see it. You could see it because she does have
Yeah.
days where you can tell that everything's starting to weigh on her shoulders.
She's probably hungry.
Yeah.
And
I don't.
she's got a son to take care of too. And if she don't sell very much fruit, well,
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I wasn't aware of that, but
Mhm.
I kind of, but I figured that she was at least trying to help the whole family as a whole, instead
Mm,
of just one. Because
Yeah.
I'm sure they share what they make.
they do. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
They're real good about that. It's a matter of survival.
It's like I watch a lot of cooking shows.
I'll be
That's
right
about
back.
the only TV I watch. It's
Mhm.
always cooking shows. It's just too much drama otherwise. But
Yeah, yeah.
you know, a lot of them are international street foods and whatnot, and you see second, third generations running the same little
Yeah.
storefront in some third world country or whatever,
Mm-hmm. Correct. Yeah.
and that's the only option they have.
That's it. Yeah. I've seen it many times just like that.
Well, Miss Berna has one more subscriber.
Right on. Right on.
Well,
Dude.
help the girl out.
Dude, she is so cute, man. Holy Moses.
She is cute.
Mm-hmm.
That's not why I subscribed.
That's why
I
I
wasn't
subscribed.
I wasn't going to say nothing, but
I'm just
I'll be back
helpful that way.
I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I gotta go get some more tea.
Okay. Now
I'm just helpful.
she showed up in Shadow Scouts. Shadow Scout, he's Swedish fella. It's a preparedness channel, and he has a live every Saturday, and that's where we all met her, is in Shadows. And I think I sent a link to her channel to Barry. Yeah, nice lady. She calls me Kuya because she knows I'm married to one of her countrymen. So Kuya means brother.
Mm.
Yeah, I just every day she has a live, and I stop in and I stop in there and tell her that she's cute and pretty, and you know, send her my regards and give her a like and bounce off and go back to doing whatever I'm doing around the house. You know.
Yeah, I've noticed that there's she's like she said oh you Bob, and she goes out of her way if she knows you, she goes out of her way to say hello, and her mood will lighten up. She's
Yeah.
all smiles, and that's what I want to see. That's what I want to see out of everybody. I don't care if it's a beautiful woman or some ugly dude, but I want to see them happy rather than being
Certainly. Yeah.
But people, like Mercury 3 Actual, I think is one of the usuals, and I think he's got a Philippine woman, and because he's sort of hinted about it during chat.
Oh, okay.
Mercury 3, if you're out there and I'm wrong, you can you can straighten me out, but I'm pretty sure that I'm probably spot on about that. Because he has mentioned a lot of things that you've already told us, Bob, about the Philippines.
Yeah. You can tell somebody who's full of BS and who's not.
It's it's getting cold over here.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good thing I grabbed some wood. Whew. This whole week's supposed to be 30s and 40s overnight, 60s and 60s and 50s in the daytime. Whew.
You see that goofball over there, Gear Grinder?
Yeah, that's Woodworthy right there.
That's that Gear Grinder. You're ugly. I'm going to tell you you're ugly, because if I say you're cute, you might jump in my lap and give me snuggles all day.
Oh my God.
you know how that Gear, he's a little off. He's just a little off.
We still love you, Gear.
That boy ain't right.
That boy, you're right. Yeah.
Perfect.
But but you know what, Gear, you are kind of not right, so it's okay.
It's okay. I laugh my ass off of some of his videos, man.
I was up in the woods today, and I was gathering some stuff, some firewood and stuff for tonight, and not really not really cutting any wood because it's spring, you know. But man, there was somebody across the street, you know, the guy had been in an accident and he didn't make it, you know. That was about a year ago. So there's somebody that's been taking care of his property, right? He's like, I don't know, but this guy talks really loud. And my neighbor in front of me was across the street talking to the dude who was taking care of this property. And I couldn't even hear my neighbor because, you know, I mean, you talk to your neighbor, you know their voice, right?
Yeah.
So I couldn't even hear Jordan talking. All I could hear was that dude across the street that's been taking care of this property. The biker dude. I guess after riding bikes for so long, you can't hear.
Mm.
Every word I could hear everything he was saying. I was like, you know, pardon my language, folks, but it was like bitch and moan, bitch and moan. That's all I could think to say was bitch and moan, bitch and moan. You know, because every other word out of his mouth was, you know, he's just whining about everything. And I thought, my God, if it's that bad, step away from it, get away from it. You know,
Yeah.
the worst thing was I could hear it all. And he was behind his house, which is a brick house, over 200 feet from mine. And I'm up in the woods, you know, with trees that are bloomed out with leaves. And I could hear every word he said. I was like, Jesus Christ, how loud do you have to talk?
See, he's one of those fellows who complains an awful lot. Is that what?
Yeah, and loudly.
Yeah, I get it.
Because if you're 300 feet away, 200, 300 feet away, and still hear every word they're saying.
Yeah.
They either
That's
can't
loud.
hear what they're saying or they just are really pissed off.
I had that tonight, or this afternoon when I went and got some supper. That time between afternoon and evening, okay, whatever time it was. But I was at Jack's. I had me a steak and cheeseburger, and I was sitting there eating. The guy came in with his kids, and God, this man, he talked so loud throughout the whole place. You could hear him. I mean, it was really extremely loud, him talking in there. Like, we have inside voices in here, sir. You know? And then, God love us all, he saw somebody that he recognized, and here goes, you know, well, it's Wednesday night. We got a singing tonight. We're having a revival down there at the church and everything. And that went on for a long time with him and whoever else it was that was sitting over there that was talking to him. Good stuff, you know, just so loud. The ones that get me the worst is the ones sitting on the phone. They got to bring.
See, that's what I thought. I thought he was on the phone, Aquarius. I thought he was on the phone talking because the guy who used to live there before he had an accident did the same thing on the phone. He was so loud you could tell exactly what he was talking about. And I was like, why does the whole neighborhood need to hear your conversation on the phone? You know?
Well, was he going to move in? Maybe, you know, nature hates a vacuum. If you got one loud talker that exits, you put another one in right there.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You know, well, I could only assume that he's another biker, you know, because, you know, I don't know. But
it makes sense, though, if you get used to yelling over a loud pipe, you know, in traffic, you know.
Yeah, I'm sure his hearing has suffered. And I got no room I got no room to talk because I've got tinnitus. And
me too.
You know, there's times where ringing is so loud, I have to ask you to say, you know, hold on a second, or what did you say? Because it's so loud, it's like, you know, in your ear, and you're just like, you can't hear anything else until it's done.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, huh?
Oh, there's my missus.
You know,
I think I've started getting tinnitus.
Yeah,
It's
I've had
like
it. I've had it for years.
mine.
Okay.
I get this sound. It sounds kind of like crickets, you know, or cicadas. It sounds like cicadas, but kind of off in the background, you know.
Yeah.
Does it sound like it's underwater?
No, no. I mean, it's muffled. It ain't a loud thing, and I God hope it don't ever get loud. But I mean, it's always there. It's this constant droning of cicadas, but like a little muffled. You know, it's not a real loud sound.
Did
It
you
may be
know?
like it's underwater. I don't know.
Did you know you can hear your? Did you know you can hear your nervous system?
Uh,
A lot of people don't realize it, but if you hear a very faint ringing noise, that's your actually your nervous system.
dude, that's weird. That's the first time I've ever heard that.
Well, I bet it's very faint. Um, but tinnitus is very prominent. You will know that it's tinnitus. But tinnitus affects people in different ways. So what you're hearing might be tinnitus or the very early stages of it. But
Well, somebody was sorry.
no, go ahead.
Yeah, somebody was telling me. I said, "Does it sound like cicadas?" I said, "Well, no, not really." But then I got thinking about it later. It's like, yeah, it kind of does, you know. So I guess that's what I've got. I you know, it's weird.
Well, depending on what stage you are in, because there are different stages of tinnitus, and after tinnitus is just pretty much you have stages of deafness.
Oh, great. Well, I want to stay.
But tinnitus will give you, and I'm not a doctor, okay,
Yeah.
but and I don't play one on TV, but there are levels of tinnitus, and there's just like there's levels of deafness, and people hear things a little bit differently depending on what part of the hearing spectrum you have lost. So let's say if you lost the high end, the treble side of your hearing, you have what's left is the bass and the mid range.
Mm.
I have
think-
lost.
Yeah, and that's usually the first part to go. Is
Huh?
the high pitch.
Yeah,
That's
what
usually
I've
the first part you lose.
Yeah, that's
Sure
what
is.
I've lost. Quite a bit of my high end. That's why when I was doing engineering as a what's it called? Gosh dang it. Wasn't a full-fledged engineer, but I was working under one. I didn't do processing. I didn't set up the sound for transmitters. I did everything else but the audio part of it, because at a certain point, my hearing drops off the treble part or the high end frequencies. So I only hear bass and treble, or bass and mid range. I hear treble, but it's a sort of slurry, kind of like underwater. So they never asked me to do that again. They were just like, well, if you can't, we'll have someone else come in and do it, or we'll use a preset on the processing. But I never could, you know.
Yeah, I don't have any hearing loss because I've had, hearing tests where they put you in that, I can't even remember what they call them rooms.
Oh, I got plenty.
They're
I
like
got plenty. What's really bad is when you get it in both ears at the same time, the ringing noise.
Yeah.
And you just pretty much you can't hear anything else except that ringing. And when it fades away, you're just kind of like, okay, I'm sorry, but what did you say?
Yeah, mine's just constant all the time. And I notice it more when I'm in like a silent area, Like I really notice it when I'm in the restroom a lot. You know, where it's kind of quiet, no background noise. But
I mean,
I've got it in both ears, and I've had situations where a female will be speaking to me, and there's quite a bit with the pitch of her voice I can't understand. I can't hear anything. And especially when we were all wearing those masks and stuff, it's like, oh Lord, I was suffering because I couldn't read lips and hear every third word, like a cashier in a supermarket or something like that.
but that comes from working at Boeing, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Well, driving rivets, thousands and thousands of them, and yeah, and roaring jet engines, and it wears on you. That's why we were required by OSHA and WISHA to take an annual hearing test, and every year they tell me, well, you're losing your hearing. It's like, yeah, well, tell me something I don't know.
Mine is from race cars and loud rock music. I'll be first to admit it. Loud rock music and race cars.
yeah, that's part of mine too. But I know mine's from jackhammers and concrete saws and all kinds of other mess.
Yeah,
Probably be from, I should have used earplugs when I was listening to my stereo on full blast.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guilty.
Yeah.
I've got a Yamaha, a vintage Yamaha over here that does 200 watts quad. And
yeah. In the Air Force, I'd be surrounded by fighter planes running on the ground, and there's a thing called noise fatigue. You start to fall asleep, and that's with plugs and earmuffs on, and F-15s and 16s all surrounded by them. And after a while, you could see all of us would start weaving like this because we're trying to stay awake because it's really affects you. And yeah,
sound waves just penetrating your body and maybe trying to compensate on some level for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's especially in what's called the hush houses where they put the airplane in there and we'd chain it to the ground and run it at full mil power, zone 5 afterburners. And the tests that I had to do, I had to stand right next to the airplane or go underneath it and, with a flashlight and look at systems. And that's when you can feel your internal organs shaking. They quiver. Your liver and your kidneys shake. You can feel it inside your body. It's like, oh man, this ain't going to do me any good in the long run.
Yeah, there's certain things that the human body isn't supposed to experience.
Yeah, and that's one of them. That's for sure. Totally unnatural situations.
Race cars are another thing. You weren't supposed to be standing 20 feet from the racetrack. But I had an earplug in one ear and I had an earpiece in the other, so I could hear my friend who's handicapped ask me, can you take this out to the track, or can you take this across the track, or can you go get me some nachos, or can you, and that little earpiece connected to your walkie-talkie is not going to protect your hearing.
No,
so I noticed there's a lot more damage to my right ear than my left. Yeah, I heard those cars just like they were like I was sitting in the damn thing, And
Q asked a good question if that could cause cancer. Well, I can tell you for sure is that I didn't have any amount of depression or anxiety until the last year that I was in the Air Force, and nothing set it off, but I think that's part of it because I never had it until that many years of being exposed to that extremely high noise, and I think it affected my brain. I think it did. But the cancer that was from chemicals. I'm pretty sure hydraulic fluid and things like that.
South Florida sunshine. I've been on the edge of sensory overload since last week, but Thursday, Friday, it kicked up higher. Now, of course, the rain. I hear you, Q, and feel for you. You girls seems like sunstorms and yeah, well, DARPA, yeah. You know, and it seems, well, we all have heard this before, and it's very, very true. Any doctor would tell you that when you lose certain senses, like a blind person, their hearing is heightened to compensate for the fact that you can't see. You know, they'll hear, you know, stuff that we don't hear.
Well, I think
Okay.
that's a bunch of bull because I'm losing everything, and I need something to go through the roof. Okay, I need some kind of dang sensory superpower right now. I ain't getting nothing.
But what I've noticed, Aquarius, what I've noticed is bass seems to be more prominent now because, in my neighbor in front of me, great people. Don't get me wrong, they're great people. I hardly ever hear anything out of them except when they leave or they come home. Boom, 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 boom. You know, it's like when the jets fly over, and I told you about this, Bob.
Yeah.
I asked you about this.
Mhm.
UPS is the loudest jet that flies over my house. Thousands of jets fly over my house daily. And single engine, you know, single prop engines, airplanes fly over. When UPS flies over, they are the loudest MFers in the sky. It's
Mhm.
just like, whoa,
Yeah.
until they're over.
Mhm.
And they sound like what I imagine an H bomb would sound like when it goes off behind the ridge behind me here. You know,
Mhm.
it's like this is what Armageddon is going to sound like, only a little bit louder.
Well,
You know, it's just like because they clear that ridge, and like Bob had told me, they have to ramp up the power on those engines to clear that mountain range there. They're going to naturally sound louder.
mhm.
But there's another factor that's figured into this. Those mountains are a barrier for sound. I'm not going to hear what's going on the other side of that mountain. A farmer could be down there, you know, farting over 1,000-watt PA system, and I'm not going to hear him. But when it gets over the top, the
Whoa.
sound all at once hits me. And that's why it sounds like something has exploded up there before I realized that that's a jet. 9 times out of 10, I could look at Flight Radar 24, and it'll say UPS.
Yeah.
And their number, like, you know,
Yeah,
Henry 192 or whatever. You know, Hotel 192.
like I told you, the Boeing we made a lot of for FedEx and UPS, and those are either a combi or a freighter. So the structure is much, much heavier than a commercial airliner that hauls people. But
Yeah, they're definitely Boeings.
yeah,
They're definitely Boeings, but
so those engines are going to have to really put some thrust in them because the airframe itself is much heavier, and then they're hauling freight that's much heavier than people. So he's got to really punch it. You know, whoa.
And man, they're coming from Louisville Airport or Lexington. 9 times out of 10, they're coming from Louisville. And man, or going to Louisville. I'm sorry, they're going to Louisville because actually that's south and this is north. So if they're going over my house, they're going towards Louisville.
Yeah.
But still, yeah, I mean, I've noticed that over time, bass and mid range seem to be more prominent in my hearing than what treble is. And I could hear my neighbor coming from a mile away. I'm just like, okay, Jordan's coming home or his wife's coming home.
Yeah.
You know, the boom boom, and I'm like, I like smooth, rich bass as much as the next person. But I don't like it when it sounds like somebody's trying to kick their way out of your damn trunk. You know,
Yeah.
you know, it's just a lot of them sound like somebody trying to kick their way out of the trunk. But I don't want to hear that vibrating. I just want to hear the bass. I don't want to hear like, you know, just that's just me. I'm old.
Yeah, I might have some of them kind of sounds coming from my shop quite often. But I ain't got all the rattling going on.
Well, yeah, I mean, but you could have clean bass and not have the rattle. I mean, you know, they make Sonomat and stuff like that to put in your trunk, keep from making, you know, the metal vibrate. But
Yeah.
my point is, I just hear that bass before I even see his car. You know, it's not like he has a killer system. He doesn't. It's
Yeah,
a
and then
factory stereo.
You'll wonder later why certain parts start falling off.
Mhm.
Yeah, or why he can't hear certain voices, because you know you can damage your hearing in the bass sections of your, you know, your hearing. You can lose your bass, you can lose mid range, you can lose treble, just like certain people can lose color vision. You can go colorblind over time, depending on what you're exposed to over time. It's just kind of like an alcoholic can keep drinking alcohol, but they don't get any effects out of it. They drink more and more, doesn't do anything for them anymore
Mhm.
because your tolerance is so high. You know, it's kind of like that with your sensory perception. Well, just like smokers. I mean,
Mhm.
things don't taste the same. I'm a smoker, and things don't taste like they used to. You know, but speaking of which, here goes UPS flying over now. I'm pretty sure of it. I thought the coolest thing was yesterday there was a glider flying across Kentucky. That was cool. And I'm not talking about a hang glider. I'm talking about the ones that have to be towed by an airplane and then turned loose, and they're at the mercy of the wind. And yesterday was windy. And this guy, you could clearly tell he was having fun in that glider. Because, you know, I followed him on Flight Tracker, and every time he got over a metropolitan area, he was just taking advantage of those updrafts. I mean, he was just like flying in circles and stuff.
Very cool.
Having a ball. And
You
I
know,
was like, I'd love to be up there with him. That would be cool.
on occasion, we'll see some hot air balloons fly across the area.
Yeah.
That is really, you don't see them very much. Usually just on the hot days during the summer. It's kind of scary because all you hear is that big burner go. I'm like, what the heck? Oh, it's balloons. You know, sometimes there's 3 or 4 of them just drifting. You know, I have never done that, but I've always told myself I'd sure like to go for one of those rides just to see what it's like.
Yeah, we lost.
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah, I always thought that'd be
no.
kind of cool, and I always thought one of them little stump jumpers, them little, not much bigger than a hang glider with a lawnmower engine, basically.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I always thought one of them would be kind of neat, where you're just glancing above the treetops.
There's an airport north of me here, about 11 miles. It's Junction City, Kentucky. It's they have a hot air balloon race, and the their flight path is different every year, but I think they like alternate. So one year it might be, I guess, according to how the wind is blowing. I'm not sure. Sometimes they'll fly over here, so I wouldn't even have to go to town and watch them take off.
Yeah.
You know, I can see them come over, and I can hear them just, you know, and it's
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, hey guys, and, you know, on the way back at you.
Mm-hmm.
But
I don't even know. I'm not even aware that the balloons are behind me until I hear that big Bunsen burner. That propane is. Oh wow! Very cool.
yeah, what
Wow.
happened to you?
Robert found something.
He clicked the wrong click.
I found it. I accidentally found it. What the leave broadcast button or there, like I said earlier, there was a P-51 Mustang flying over Kentucky today.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
A Globemaster, but it was going to Fort Campbell or Fort is it Fort Campbell around the Tennessee border? Okay, yeah. They were flying to Fort Campbell, and then there was the everyday sighting now anymore is a Black Hawk. So
Yeah, we get Black Hawks over top of us a lot.
yeah, I don't think he's doing anything nefarious. I think he's just National Guard, you know. But
yeah, out there practicing. That's what they do. Those Globemasters. That's a C5. That's a beast.
Monster.
Uh huh.
My God.
Mm-hmm.
They don't fly over my place as often as the C-137s, but you know, like I said, I check Flight Radar 24. I check that website out when I see something that looks a little weird. And
did you guys catch that video I put out just a couple days ago that talking about how much of the U.S. Air Force is in the Philippines now?
Oh,
my wife was watching these channels and she could translate because the Filipinos know all about our military buildup there.
right.
They never tell us anything, nothing. And they've opened up one new Navy base and then 3 or 4 that they're admitting to Air Force bases in the Philippines now. One of the air bases, we built it in 2014 and it's been sitting there just ready and waiting to go for, now they got it all filled up with F-22s and cargo planes and on and on. And
Those new Raptors are badass.
they give you a comparison. Wow. The F-15 has never been shot down in ground fire or air-to-air combat, and a Raptor can take it out 5 to 8 F-15s without even being seen.
A plane that can turn on a dime. I mean, come on, man. And
it's invisible to radar and all that stuff, but
it looks just like an F-16. That's what's killing me. I'm just like, the design is a little bit different, but not much. If I was Chinese or whatever, and I would look at it and say, okay, that's an F-16. Oh, God, I've seen this before. Until it does, like a 360.
Yep.
And I'm going, oh, crap. It's like I'm screwed.
But the stealth built into that thing is just incredible. But give you an idea of what's going on down there is that the Japanese have had a lot of F-15s that they bought from the United States, and the Japanese just gave the Filipino Air Force a whole bunch of F-15s.
Oh, really? I didn't know they even had one there.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew there was military presence in the Philippines, but I didn't think that it would. I thought it was infantry. No,
it's mostly Air Force.
Yeah, we've had a pretty big presence over there for quite a while.
For a long time, yeah. But the only thing the U.S. we were told many years ago, back in the 80s, that they closed Subic Bay Navy Marine Corps base, and then Clark Air Force Base in
Yeah.
about 1988, 89. But all the other military we've had over there, they're still there. And it's usually special forces, very small units, but they're without us even knowing that they refurbished a whole bunch of old air bases and built brand new ones all over the country. I listed the video as a Taiwan airlift, because that's one of the things that they're planning on, is if the Chinese circle Taiwan and they cut them off, and then the Air Force will be able to fly in like the big C-5 Galaxies and the C-17s to resupply Taiwan with food and everything that they need, and probably fly people out also. That's one of the plans, of course. But and I got a real long comment from someone who has no videos and blah blah, a troll and kind of a comment, and the Air Force has done this before, 1947, 48, when Berlin was cut off by the Russians. We flew in supplies and kept the Russian sector of the city of Berlin supplied. The Air Force did that. And we could do it again with Taiwan. And I got this real surly comment, well, that was a long time ago. And if you think that anyone could actually fly through the Chinese air defenses and on, it's like, dude, you ain't been keeping up with the times. I don't know a lot about the Air Force now, but man, we had stuff that would scare you half to death. Oh, baby. Oh, yeah. It's kind of a good thing. I'll finish up here real quick, that the news always focuses in on the SEALs and the Marine Corps, and they never talk about the Air Force.
Well, that's because it's more sensational.
Yeah, and the Air Force is quiet. That was one of our disciplines. Keep your mouth shut.
Yep.
That's why some people call them the scare force.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's not to be, joking about them. It's the damn truth. You better be damn happy that they didn't come up after you with something that's silent.
Glad they're on our side. It makes me
there's
kind of
SR-71.
Mm-hmm.
If an SR-71 was capable of dropping a nuke, you would be praying that it's not over your country.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they're not able to, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
If an SR-71 could do that, oh boy.
Those things were designed and then in the 50s and built in the 60s, and it could fly faster than the bullet of a 30-06.
Yeah.
And we had, so it gives you kind of an indication of what's out there.
No, I just would not want to be,
Mm-hmm.
Right now, all they're used for is for intel, collecting information about another country. But can you imagine if they were nuclear capable? Oh my God!
Mm-hmm.
You could be right over top of a country who's pissed you off and say, "Okay, bye."
Well, the thing is, the last I heard, they retired the SR-71s. So that means they got something even better.
They probably do. And there's whispers.
Yeah.
There's whispers about a new one. Well, I don't know.
What makes my mind curious
is what the whispers are.
Yeah, the B-21. Have you looked into that? It's a man.
Look be a little bit beyond that.
They're makes me wonder what the Space Force has got going on. That's like, wow.
That's why I say look a little bit beyond the B-21. Okay? This thing could almost turn on a dime.
Mm-hmm. But I thought I'd share that information out there with you guys. I wasn't even aware of the buildup until the wife was playing some videos about it in Tagalog. And she was filling me in on it. They're like, oh, wow, no kidding. We haven't heard one word. We hear about old what's his name pooping his pants, while making a speech. I don't know, whatever, whatever weird news they got going on, and I've heard on 100 different lives. Well, what are they really hiding from us? Well, that's one of the things they've been hiding from us for a long time,
I think.
Yeah, I
what
know. I know when I first went in Air Force, they had just closed a lot of bases right about that time. That was
Mhm.
right around 91.
Okay. I finished mine in 88. My enlistment was over in 88, and yeah, man alive. Well, you got an idea what the Air Force has got, and
Good night, Q.
that was our discipline in the Air Force: is keep your mouth shut. Whatever you see, don't ask questions, and keep your mouth shut.
Yeah. It's just like, a lot of people freak out about like spycraft and, oh, they got this and they got that. No, you don't even know.
You
Well,
don't
yeah, I
even
mean, you
know.
remember back in
Mhm.
2000s, around the early 2000s, when everyone freaked out over the Sikorsky Blackhawks.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's an intimidating looking craft, but honestly, I was more scared of a Cobra than I was a damn, Blackhawk.
Hmm.
The damn, the Huey. Well, I just lost it, but the damn
Well,
Cobra was scary enough. I don't think, any Black Hawk out there, I don't care what it looked like or what had it on it, would be scary, as scary as a damn, Cobra. The Cobras are just mean looking. They can put whatever they want to on there.
TN, I remember in about 1986, 87, somewhere in there, 85, 86, I was a pretty new airman, and the branch chief and my shop chief went with me to the base armory to sign out an M16 and a loadout kit. And there was me and a few other airmen. We were not SPs, we were augmentees.
Right.
And we stood around these racks of some kind of guided missiles. So, of course, me being brand new, I said, "What are these?" "Shut up and stand here." You know how it is. Just shut up. Don't talk about it. I found out years later that those racks, and this was in the 80s, those racks go into the back of a cargo plane, and a bombardier attaches to those racks, and he programs each one of those missiles, and they slide those racks out the back door of a cargo plane, and then they fall out of the racks, go onto a parachute, and then kick on, and they turn on, and they got multiple targets at each one of those. They're like a smaller cruise missile.
That's
And
what Dad he built missile
Mhm.
electronic systems when he was
Mm.
in. That was back Vietnam era.
Mm-hmm.
They
Yeah.
actually wouldn't send him to Vietnam because he was considered high risk.
Oh yeah. They don't want somebody like that getting taken hostage, or I hear that. But you know how big a C5 Galaxy, if you fill that thing up full of those racks and something's
Yeah.
going on around Taiwan, and they unleash the newest and latest and greatest of 1,000 of those missiles. I mean, I'm glad they're on our side.
Taiwan's gone.
Yeah, everything around it is gone. Boom, 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 boom. And the massive Chinese Navy and Air Force disappeared today.
Only racks I want to see are on the enlisted women.
Mhm. Yeah, I like
I'm-
those.
I'm sure they got a site for that.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I'll tell you, some of them silly channels you come across on YouTube, these scantily
Oh.
clad people kill me.
Oh, that's
I mean, it doesn't matter what genre of things you're looking up, you're going to find some.
oh yeah, that's a fact. Yeah. My British brother-in-law sent me a video one day He and I both got that Asian thing going on because he married my wife's sister.
Mm.
And here's this Chinese lady built like a brick shithouse, man. She's doing some kind of either sewing or art, wearing a bikini, and she's got the body for it. Man, I was like, oh, that hurts, Gary.
Oh man,
Oh, you should have seen the sub count she had on her channel.
I bet.
I was scrolling back through your videos, Bob.
Mhm.
That one for your paint can stove. I think I
Uh-huh.
watched it quite a while back, but it's kind of ironic. Do you know the channel Waypoint Survival?
No, not familiar with that one.
It's kind of like a bushcrafty kind of channel, but he did a hobo stove out of a number 10 can today.
Hmm.
And I just had last week, I had my better half bring me home 10 number 10 cans from where she works.
Right on. Yeah.
Oh, man.
And I thought it was ironic he posted that video today, but I had seen another
Hmm.
video of a completely different design, but now I think I'm gonna like combine the two. And I want to do it to where I can use it for like wood
Yeah.
or use like hexamine tablets or Trangia burner.
Hmm.
I don't know. I got a thing about stoves, alternative cooking means and whatnot.
Oh yeah, I got that stove out underneath the gazebo right now. With I got that idea because during the Civil War, that was what one of the things that went with my wife and her family was a paint can stove, and that's what they cooked on. And I've got a bunch of dry wood, and I've cooked on mine quite a few times. And man, you got to stand right there because it cooks fast. It really lets her rip.
The one thing I really liked about his design that I watched that he released today, though, he like took 10 snips and cut like 8 tabs around the top perimeter.
Mm-hmm.
And he folded 4 of them down. And then he took the lid that came off of it, where they opened it, and he set it back down on there. So it actually had almost like a burner plate.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And I was like, that's kind of cool because if you use like a hexamine tablet or something, they put out all that gunk and your pots are dirty as they can be.
Yeah.
But he put holes in it, but I think I'm going to try it and not put holes in it. And that way, kind of keeps my pans a little cleaner because I was thinking, that's like perfect size for like a 6-inch iron skillet or something.
Sure.
That would be perfect for me right now because I don't have a stove and I've been dying for pasta. So I've got a hot plate and that thing was such a disappointment. It will not boil anything to save its life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they used to make them a lot more powerful, but the problem is now most of them are limited to 1,500 watts because of your energy requirements.
Yeah.
Because wire actually used to be, like back in the 80s, wire diameter used to be bigger than it is now. So, like, what is now number 12 used to be number 14.
Oh,
Oh.
So, they, like right around when I was going through trade school, they changed everything about how they measure wire. Because it used to be all measured, like, I guess somehow in the metric system. I don't even remember now. That's too long ago.
Mm.
But now
and
it's
most
all,
of the hot plates are moving towards what do they call it?
yeah, the
Just
one that
look
it don't
at it.
heat up. The one that doesn't heat up until you set something on it.
Yeah, your cookware has to work with it.
Right.
And I didn't know this until because I was about to order one off Amazon, and it was like, well, you have to have certain cookware to work with it. I'm like, oh, really? Oh, well, I don't have that.
Yeah. Mrs. ran into that same problem, Barry. She bought one so she could cook her stinky fish out there under the gazebo. And she said, man, that thing took so long just to fry some fish. It was disappointing. But
Oh yeah, it's I'm looking at my list right now.
I know that
Ti-
one of the brand names is New Wave, but I can't. It's an induction cooktop. That's what it is.
Induction, yeah, there you go. That's what I was looking for. Thank you, Deanna. I couldn't think of what it was called for some weird reason, but yeah, induction. And I looked at one, and the price was right on Amazon, but then there are people were saying, "Well, it's a good, hot plate as long as you have the cookware to go along with it." And then I started looking to fine print for the advertisement, and it said, a certain list of things that you could use on it. So like
Man,
iron, cast iron was one of the things you could use on it. Cookware that was specifically designed for induction, or you could buy the induction uh, hot plate and a little adapter that sits on it, and then you put your cookware on it.
Hmm.
I was like, okay. I might as well just buy a new stove. I mean,
They got
I'll
it.
tell you,
sounds like cheap, because
a cheap little option, unless you want to like build something like I was talking about. Just go get you one of them little stoves. That I mean, there's all kinds of brands. I mean, Coleman makes one, whatever. But they take them little like butane canisters. I don't know how efficient they are as far as how fast they burn through a canister, but I mean, just to like boil some pasta,
Mhm.
you ought to be good.
I was just
You know. And then you can get
about
them
to
for like
show one.
$25.
I don't know what I thought it was in my list here.
Yeah, TN. I was gonna cut holes around my paint can up on the top,
Right?
and the wife told me no, don't do that because sometimes the flames will come out those holes and burn your hand while you're cooking.
Right.
So put the holes in the bottom, and I sure made a half-ass rectangle in the bottom of it with a pair of cutters, but it works,
I even the guy that I watched today, he actually just used a church key, and that's what he built his vents around the bottom with.
Oh,
You
okay.
know, that's a lot easier than drilling.
Yeah.
But
Mhm.
the other one I watched, he actually drilled like maybe I don't know, maybe about a 5/8 half-inch hole somewhere in there,
Mhm.
and he completely around the bottom, but he put a raised bottom in it. So if you're using like sticks or whatever, you know,
Yeah.
Can you
I
see
mean,
that?
you use any kind of yeah.
Oops.
What was that?
It's just not going.
219.
Yeah. I don't think it's a bad price. It's not as big as it looks on the screen,
Right.
obviously. If I set that outside, I'd certainly use it. Um,
I tell you, I've had it probably I don't know 6 7 years now. So good luck finding one. Because right after I bought it, they like skyrocketed, but then they dropped back down. But I've got a little 4 burner propane cooktop, and I mean it's almost the size of a household stove top, and I have it on the table on my porch, and I use it. That's not high output like in big burners, that you use for
mhm.
frying a turkey. They're usually about 60,000 BTU per burner.
Mm.
This thing, I think, is about 16,000 BTU per burner. But I mean, for like crawfish boils, all that, that's what I
Mhm.
use.
Yeah, I mean, I've shopped around, but obviously that
Here, I'll take the name. This
it's
is
the big problem with Amazon. You can't always go by the reviews because a lot of people, I guess, just buy it. They don't really read the description very well, and they think it's going to do one thing and it won't,
all
and then
right.
they give it a
And
bad review.
then you got the other ones that get paid for reviews.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've run
Mhm.
into that. Hmm.
But that name I typed in there, that's the brand name of that little 4 burner stove I got. And I mean,
Mhm.
I bought a hose and whatnot. I've probably got, I think I paid $50 for it. By the time I bought my fittings and the hose to hook it to a 15 or 20 gallon tank or pound tank, I've got maybe $75 in it. And I mean,
Yeah.
it's a great accompaniment, yeah, that word, to a couple charcoal grills and smoker and all that, you know.
Yeah, I took and got a used bed frames from a secondhand store and welded a frame around that stove because say if everything goes sideways and we've got to be able to boil large amounts of water for drinking water. That way I could, put a big
Yeah.
a large amount and do it all at once. But what did you
Go ahead.
what did you do in the Air Force? What was your job?
I was an electrician.
Oh, okay. I was a bubble chaser.
Yeah.
Yes, it is, Carol. It's yeah. I read the reviews on that stove that I just showed. The only thing is that people were complaining about was the temperature on it. Apparently, the thermostat doesn't work the way it should. So they were saying that they were having to watch what they were baking in that oven because the temperature gauge wasn't right. It was inaccurate. So like bread, if you were baking bread in it, it would burn the bread. So you had to actually watch what you were cooking, or use a thermometer that you shove into. Let's say if you're baking a roast or something like that, you'd have to shove that thermometer in there, the old type thermometers. But other than that, they said it was a good stove, and I actually consider buying one. I wouldn't. I'd rather cook outside than I would inside my house because I don't want to smell what I've been cooking all day either. You know,
I'm kind of the same way.
you know,
But we've got a 2-burner high output too, and I mean, we'll use that like in late summer for canning big batches. Because I mean, I don't want that in the house in August, September. It's just too hot.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't care what time of year it is. When you fry stuff like chicken,
I try not to fry in the house at all.
Yeah, because it lingers in your house, doesn't it? And you feel like you're swimming through that grease. I don't know if that's just me or if it's like that for everybody, but I've noticed a new trend where a lot of people are frying stuff outside if they can.
Yeah. Call it a dirty kitchen.
Yeah, well, call it what you will. I'd rather do it outside than have my house all steamed up with grease and stuff because I have had to clean. That's why they put a backsplash above your stove, right?
That's right.
Well, if you can eliminate having to clean that crap off there, because grease is a bitch to clean up.
Yeah, where I was raised in the restaurant industry, that was like one of my pet peeves. I don't care what you did. I always come home and you just feel all that in your hair, and it's like,
yeah, oh yeah. I mean, my first first wife worked at Long John Silver's. I mean, she would have to take a good long shower just to get that scent of the fry grease and everything out of her body and everything, because it would just linger in her clothes, linger in her hair, and it was just,
I got one of those ozone filters, or not. It's not. It's an ozone thing. And it's just a small one. And like when my kid, he wears his headphones all the time. Sometimes he forgets to turn on the exhaust fan, and when he cooks fish, oh my God, that fish! Oh God! But I turned that ozone generator on for about 5 minutes in the family room or the dining room area, and it just wipes out all the smell, everything, even fish. And That's
Yeah, I had a buddy that had one of them.
mhm.
I actually stayed with him for a few weeks because I was doing a job in Nashville at Dell Computers, and he would live just right down the road. And he's like, "Well, just come stay with me instead of driving," and blah blah blah. So,
Mhm.
and I'll
Well,
tell you, I busted my eardrum when I was a teenager, and it seems like ever since I did that, I've always had like a problem with one nostril's constantly clogged up. That's
mhm.
the only time since I was a teen that I was like completely cleared out.
Oh, because that ozone generator.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
I mostly bought it their TN because of my wife because she's got what is it allergic rhinitis
Right.
and anything pollen dust anything just sets her sinuses crazy. And once a week I'll go up like into our bedroom, turn that thing on for just a few minutes, and it kills everything, everything. And we got all the air filters upstairs and downstairs, and but that thing, she don't like the smell of the ozone.
Right.
But I learned how to do a workaround. I wait till I'm the only one in the house, and I'm
Right.
out here in the garage, and turn that on upstairs for about 5 minutes with all the doors and windows closed. Let it do its thing, and then open the windows and get that ozone smell out of the house, and it works real well. She hasn't had a flare up for ever
Huh.
since I bought that thing.
Yeah, I may have to look into getting one of them. I thought about it after staying at his house, but
Mm-hmm.
just never got around to it. But then a few years ago, I started doing some research on them, and they were talking about all the negative effects of them.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
But
but I mean,
like you said, turn it on when really nobody's there.
Right. That's
But see, he ran his 24/7,
oh, okay.
and I mean that's probably not too healthy.
I
yeah,
wouldn't think
that's
so.
not
I
no.
wouldn't think so. Yeah.
But a thunderstorm creates ozone, don't you?
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every time lightning strikes, it creates ozone.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you can smell it. Sometimes you
Yeah.
can't. It just depends
Yeah.
on what you might have smelled it, not realized that you were smelling ozone. But that's exactly why. That's why the air smells so much cleaner after a storm,
Right.
Mm-hmm.
because
Mhm.
that lightning, thousands of lightning strikes that clean the air around your home, around your neighborhood. Some
I'll be
places
right back.
a little
I'm
bit
gonna
more.
Mm-hmm.
step outside for a minute.
Yeah.
All right.
As I understand it, Barry, everything that gets drawn into that unit is let's see. I think it injects an oxygen molecule into every molecule that goes inside that thing, and cracks every molecule open. That's not just oxygen,
Mm,
And believe me, it does. It cleans the air because at first you'll smell that kind of a chlorine smell, and then after that dissipates, you just smell clean air.
yeah.
You know.
Yeah, yeah. Well, same thing with. Um, have you ever been outside and actually smelled rain before it rained?
Oh yes, of course. Yeah.
Okay, so that's ozone. But it doesn't smell the same
Hmm.
as a more concentrated ozone generator, which is
Right.
basically what you have in your home, Bob,
Yeah.
is an ozone generator.
Uh-huh.
Um, there's actually like a transfer of energy. Even though you don't see lightning, there is smaller versions of lightning happening around a storm.
Hmm.
Even a gentle rain has a static charge. So you're going to get smaller amounts of ozone, but a larger amount of ozone. Now, working around transmitters, I smelled it.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
About knocked me over. It smelled so bad,
Yeah.
but it was only because I was working around high-powered transmitters. Anything that was under a few, let's say anything under 500 watts would not produce ozone unless you blew it up. You would have to blow the transmitter up before you would smell anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
By that time, you're probably getting your ass chewed out. But
Yeah.
but anything that was like 1,000 watts or more would create ozone. Especially if you had a little bit of dust across the plate transformer, AM transmitter. They were the worst for that. And you'd almost want to step outside and catch your breath and come back in.
Yeah,
Because it
that's
would
how.
make you sick feeling.
Mm-hmm. Once I learned how to use this thing, well, it's nice now. But they say the downsides of it is like if you leave it, you don't want to enclose it in a room with pets or house plants because it'll kill them. But I've never had that happen. Carol, why don't you come up here on the panel with us?
No, why can't
We
gotta have some beauty up here.
Yeah, we got to have some hotness, some Southern Florida hotness.
This that beach babe vibe going on here, like Baywatch, without Hasselhoff or whatever.
Yeah, we can do without him. That's okay.
Personally, I think he did better as Knight Rider than he did Baywatch. I wasn't, really. I watched a few episodes of Baywatch, but I wasn't that. Okay.
Wasn't really my thing.
The brunette on there was hot, but the rest of them was just like, okay, whatever.
How many stories can you write about lifeguards on a beach? You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, but they milked it, didn't they? They milked it for all they could, and
they
did
a
few seasons out of it. But I mean, they lost me. I watched a few, and I was just like, yeah, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
And I guess because at the time I wasn't living anywhere. I wasn't by any beach or anything, so it wasn't like I could relate to any of it.
Yeah, same here. I've never been a beach person. That's the only difference between Mrs. and I is she is a beach person. She absolutely loves it out there, and to me, it's like, you know what? It's freaking hot. I want to get out of the sun, man. I don't. I try not to be too big of a baby, but it's like, man, can we go back now? I want to get there.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've been to Lake Erie and stuff, and I've been to a few other beaches, but I don't know. Maybe Florida is the key. Maybe it's a better beach it has better beaches than what I've been to, but I don't know because I've never been to Florida as far as I know.
Yeah.
Florida's miserable.
Yeah, the last time I went to the beach was with the whole family when we were overseas. It seems like they got to make a pilgrimage every time one of them comes home to that one called Paradise Beach. And man, I got kind of burned out. And I didn't. Here's the thing, though. I felt bad because I was hot, and we were only in country a day or two, so I hadn't really gotten adjusted to the weather yet. And the place is full of people and loud music, and it's covered where you can sit at these tables, and honestly, I just needed to lay down. So I just asked one of them in the family, when are we heading back to Davao? And suddenly they're all packing stuff up just because I asked, when are we going to go back? I felt bad because it's like I felt like I ruined their day, but I wasn't saying I want to go back. I was just asking. It's that language barrier thing. And I'm just like, what the heck, man?
Yeah.
So they all went out to the different beaches a couple more times. I said, no, just leave me here. I'm cool. I'll just hang out here and repaint the iron railing and the iron fence while you guys are gone. Go on. Yeah, I mean, to me, Barry, yeah, this is great. The sand is so hot you can't walk on it with your bare feet. The sun will burn my lily white skin to a crisp, you know. And it's like, oh man, get me out of here.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But
I like the beaches, like say around like around North Carolina area.
Mhm.
It's not near as hot.
Yeah.
that was my understanding because I've got a few friends that live there, and they said that you haven't really been to a beach until you've been here because it's a little bit more laid back, a little bit
Oh.
more. It's not like Tennessee said; it's not hot as hell there. So,
Yeah, I could
but
get
I've
that.
never. I don't think as far as I know. I don't know what happened before I was 8 years old, but as far as I know, I've never been to any other beaches except California and then Cleveland. Which Cleveland's really not much of a beach, is it? I mean, it's a lake, but and that is small,
Yeah.
But what they were calling a beach off of Lake Erie was just, there was a joke compared to what Carroll has down there in Florida.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Or what they have in the Carolinas.
Well, it's like me
I think-
growing up on the beaches of Maryland and Virginia and North Carolina, and it's like, that was completely different. Then now we got the beach here on the river. Oh my gosh, you got sticks and jagged rocks and all this.
Yeah. Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, good advice, Carol. Yeah.
There's you could go to Lake Cumberland up here and probably bet on you're going to step on a piece of glass that came off a broken bottle.
Oh boy.
And people are like lining up in droves trying to buy a piece of property that's right there on the Lake Cumberland, and I'm like, okay, it's a nice lake, it's a man-made lake, okay, but I wouldn't want to live there. I've seen what people do there where they're drunk, and I sure as hell wouldn't want to be there because they're just they just don't care.
You just have to see that every day. Yeah.
I mean, the only thing that attracts me, if I was a scuba diver, I would want to go to Lake Cumberland to see the town that they drowned to make that lake. There is a town
Oh.
in the bottom of that lake.
Uh-huh.
Thanks, TVA.
Yeah, right.
Mhm.
Right.
Mhm.
So but other than that, I'm not impressed. There's a new lake, fairly new lake
Well,
over here in just between Stanford and Crab Orchard, Kentucky. Here, that I would rather go to because it's beautiful. This place is man-made lake, but you wouldn't know it. You wouldn't know it was man-made if you were the first time visitor of this lake. It's beautiful, and when the sun hits that water just right, it's like mesmerizing. You just want to sit there all day with a beer, and a fishing rod. If you don't catch anything, at least you should feel closer to God. It's just it's amazing.
oh, okay.
Either
Fishes. Okay, Carol. Yeah, I get you. No problem.
See, like the lake up in East Tennessee, which is Watauga Lake, it was another one that was flooded out by TVA. And you got Old Mountain City underneath of that lake, but they drain it. part of it every year, and they have Mountain City Days, and you can actually go down there in the city that's under the
Oh.
lake.
Oh, wow.
I wonder how much of it would be left. You'd think any wooden structures probably wouldn't last too long under being submerged underwater, I suppose.
No, wood doesn't last all that long, but pretty much everything else does. I mean,
Oh,
it's
you-
fresh water.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The roads and
Yes, sir.
sidewalks and all that would still be hanging out. There's that cat.
Yeah, there's cars and stuff still down there in
I'll
Lake
be
Cumberland.
darned.
As far as you know, you couldn't say, well, that's a road, or that's, you know,
Oh,
you couldn't say,
oh.
well, that's town hall or whatever. But you know that something was there, but
Mhm.
only because you know there's a placard outside, or it used to be. I don't know if it still is, but there was a placard that told you, well, you know, this town used to be here, and we, you know, Corps of Engineers flooded it, blah blah blah.
Yeah, Carol, them towns got under them lakes by. I'm sure you've seen the movie, "Old Brother, Where Art Thou?" And when they were flooding, TVA flooded a lot of the Ohio Valley. And they were setting up hydro generation plants and whatnot, and they
Yeah.
pretty much provide a lot of the Ohio Valley with power. But you know, and it was also flood control, supposedly.
And when we say Ohio Valley, we're talking about Kentucky and Tennessee.
Yeah, and little
That's
portions
true.
of Ohio, but
Yeah,
yeah, they flooded out a lot of people's land. They had to move and
Be
blah
right
blah
back, guys.
blah. So now you got towns and homes and old homesteads and all that stuff underwater.
Okay. There was a place like that up in the mountains years ago. They made a dam and a reservoir, and I seen it on YouTube. The only thing that's left of that little bit of a town was just some foundations and some concrete stairs and things like that. But from what I saw on YouTube was when they drained the lake to generate power, sometimes you can see what was left of a street just by the foundations. That's all.
Right.
I think that place they took and got everything out of there and then flooded it, just left the concrete.
Well, see, I can go down my driveway and like shoot across this field, and I'm on Corps of Engineer property, which they pretty much own everything that borders the rivers and lakes and all that too.
Yeah.
And you know, it's all nature preserves and hunting areas and whatnot. But there's all kinds of little homesteads down there.
Mm-hmm.
But people had advance warning. I guess
Yeah.
they had to find somewhere to go, but I doubt they were compensated as much as they should have been.
Probably created an awful lot of hard feelings.
Yeah.
well, now they probably weren't, but like, so Somerset, Kentucky, when they widened the roads down there, Highway 27. Now, Highway 27 goes from, what is it, Michigan down to Florida. Is that right?
I
Anyway,
don't know how far it goes.
in Somerset, which is about an hour drive from me,
About the same for me.
yeah, they made it a 4-lane. Okay. So it's 2 going south and 2 going north. When they cleared out that road there, or cleared out the neighborhood, they compensated the people who had property where they were going to run the road through. And they
Right.
said, we'll give you this much money if we can buy your property. But everybody said, hell yeah, we'll do it. I don't think there was any opposition because a lot of people that lived in that area were in dire straits. I mean, they were just like,
Yeah.
And
Well,
this is back-
Somerset was always just a town that their whole industry was houseboats. And I mean,
yeah.
if the economy's not looking good, who's buying houseboats?
Oh yeah.
or mobile homes because
Yeah.
they got those out the butt over there. So naturally those people were just like, oh yeah, well, okay, we'll take whatever you're gonna offer.
Mm-hmm.
It messed with my head because my first trip down through there, I was just like, because I was looking for certain places that weren't there anymore. I was like,
Oh.
does this road turn off somewhere? Am I going to another town, not Somerset? And then I was like, I just kept going and I see overpasses and I'm like, oh, I thought I was going the wrong way. Well, then over the horizon, I eventually saw Somerset, Kentucky in the distance. And I'm like, this is so messed up, because when I first moved here back in the early, well, it was almost, it was like towards the end of the 90s when I moved to Kentucky. I've been in Kentucky for 30 years. And for me, it was always one lane until you got right into Somerset and then it split off. So you had 2 lanes to the left and 2 lanes to the right, north and south. You didn't have them until you got in town. You didn't have overpasses. You didn't have, all this other crap. It was just, you had rows of houses on each side and these little mom and pop shops in between. And then here comes Somerset. Now it's like, it's like it's almost like you're on the interstate, but you're not, right? It's like a highway. It's like a fancy highway. And it just messed with my head. I'm like, am I heading south? Am I going to Somerset or did I go to Tennessee and not know it? It messed with me for a while. I had to travel it a few times and I finally was like, okay, I accepted it as the new highway, even though it was the same highway, just bigger now. So
I ain't been up to
all
Somerset.
those homes, huh?
I haven't been to Somerset since they widened it. I used to drive up through there a lot because I did a lot of work in eastern Kentucky and Lexington, and I'd go to Cincinnati that way. And
if you come from Burnside, you don't notice it coming from Burnside, but until you get right up on it. As soon as you get into Somerset city limits, that's when you notice it. But you get up north there of north of Somerset, you got the Parkway that takes you towards
Western Kentucky.
Huh?
The one that goes towards Western Kentucky?
Yeah, like towards Bowling Green, all that crap. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's when you realize that things have been changed.
Yeah. That was like Highway 90, I think.
Weird.
Guys, I'm going to bounce. It's getting about bedtime. So,
all right, man.
Peace, everybody. All right. Thanks for having me up.
Basketball.
Yeah, it's good to see you guys again.
He said he was going to bounce, so he's a basketball.
Basketball Bob. Later, all. Take care,
Thanks,
TN.
Bob. See you
later, man. Yeah, I was coming down. Trying to think where I was working. I think I was working out by like the Robards area.
Remember when General Electric was there?
Yeah.
It's not there anymore. There might be 1 or 2 buildings left, but not the big glass. You remember the big glass? They had the rounded roof, glass roof.
Yeah.
Those aren't there anymore.
I know when I was working in Lexington, that was back, I don't know, maybe 15 years ago, maybe 18. That was back when the cell phone service south of Richmond was all little mom and pop companies. They didn't have you didn't have T-Mobile, you didn't have Verizon, you had none of them. And none of them little mom and pop places would cooperate with the big people, so I was roaming everywhere.
Oh yeah.
Pretty much from the time I left Albany, Kentucky, which is right there by the line, till I got to Richmond, I had like nothing.
I was on Cellular One through an electronics store. It was like a Radio Shack down there in Somerset.
Yeah.
Had one of those big bag phones, and I really didn't. I really didn't save as much money as they claimed I would. Those phones were a joke, but they did come in handy. I was working at the radio station one night, and the power got knocked out by a storm. So I'm sitting in a dark studio, no backup power, but I had my phone. They had like probably 20 minutes on it on a battery. I was like, okay, we're in the dark. Transmitter's running with nothing going through it. And they're like, well, you're just gonna have to sit tight until electric company comes and fixes it. So I was really glad to have that stupid thing. it was huge. It was a huge ass phone, but it was the only one that worked because the radio station had the studio line phones that were all run through a computer, and then they had another phone, but it was behind a locked door. It didn't do me a damn bit of good. It was just run off of, just like a regular phone would run off of the phone company, but it was behind the locked door.
I had guys I knew that lived in Richmond, guys that I worked with that lived in Berea. Another guy, he lived, I think, in London. Another guy, he lived in Hazard County. Well, you talk about backwoods. That dude, when he talked, he sounded exactly like Larry the Cable Guy. And I mean, that was his natural voice.
Oh my God. Yeah. Hey, and you know how long it took me to decipher a lot of things people were saying when I moved down here from Ohio. I was just like, and they were calling me, foreigner or northerner or Yankee or whatever. And I'm going, what did he say? I had to ask my wife. And she's like, well, I think he said this and that. And I'm like, oh, okay. It was just so bizarre. And it took me a year, probably a good year, before I understood everything people were saying down here. And I'm sure me being from Ohio, they probably thought the same thing. What the hell did he say? But, and all that kind of stopped after I started working at the radio station in town, and it just kind of, everything changed. I'm like, okay, they don't see me as a northerner anymore. But
Good night. Good night, Carol.
Hi, Carol. Thanks for coming up. Appreciate you being in our chat.
And howdy, let's try gardening.
What's going on?
I don't know. All the places I've worked all across the country. I mean, I've went from Seattle to Key West. Cincinnati seemed like they had, and I mean, I spent a lot of time in Chicago. I spent a lot of time around Detroit, LA, big metro areas. The rudest people I think I've ever met was Cincinnati.
Downtown Cincinnati, right?
Even like out, I did look, hold on. Even like out around like the Reading area.
Yeah.
Because I did a lot of work up there, like Procter and Gamble, and I swear it's like no matter where you went, you walk in Kroger's and you go to check out, and people act like they're doing everywhere. Kroger's, restaurants, everybody was like doing you a favor by waiting on you.
Oh yeah.
You're doing your job.
Yeah. I don't think I ever ran into that problem, but I don't know if it's because I was accustomed to it, or if maybe it's just the
I worked
time
up around
period.
till
Because what year? I mean, would it have been like the
see.
2000s or 99,
Well,
something like that?
I've worked in Cincinnati on 4 different occasions, and like each time was probably about a 6-month span.
Yeah.
So I mean, it was over probably a 7-8 year span maybe.
Yeah.
But
I don't know. Maybe it's just
first
where I
couple
was.
first couple times I guess was the worst. The last couple times wasn't as bad. But I mean, like even up around Toledo and
I lived in Milford for a long time, and then I moved to Harrison, Ohio, and in both places people were pretty, pretty reasonable. Except
uh,
there might have been a few times where fast food places and people were rude. I worked for Wendy's, and I hated my boss. He was a teetotal dick. And I,
you got
I
that in
walked
fast
out.
food places though.
Yeah, I walked out. I walked out one day because he got smart with me, and I was like, it had nothing to do with anything I did. He just got smart with me, and I said, okay, I'm done, because I didn't. I saw where it was going. He wanted somebody to take his frustrations out on, and I was a new person, so I went to Pizza Hut, and I was treated like royalty there. So I stayed with Pizza Hut for a year.
Yeah, I worked at a lot of restaurants when I was growing up. Of course, mom and dad had a restaurant. My grandparents, my uncles, cousins, and then after all that, I kind of went out and tomatoes have an eviction notice. Oh. But I don't know. It seems like in fast food restaurants, you get them managers and all. A lot of them are teenagers or early 20s, and they were power tripping.
Yeah, I don't.
It's like, dude, you work at McDonald's or wherever.
And to make matters worse, we were right next to a stereo warehouse or whatever the hell they were called, something sound. You could buy house stereos and car stereos, but they're really big on their car stereos, and that's when the thumping, you know, bass driven stereos started to come out. And we were right next to it. That was in Milford, Ohio, and we were right next to it. And I know it had an effect on us because a lot of people would sit there every time that they would roll out a new car that had a new stereo in it. They'd sit there for 15 minutes and listen to the same song with the same bass line. And after a while, it got on our nerves because, especially when we had a lot of people come in, and we were trying to, we're trying to get these orders out, and all we could think of is, wish they'd turn that shit down. Just boom, boom, boom. And finally, my boss, cocky as he was, he went next door. I mean, we were right next to this place. He goes over there and he said, could you take the MF in stereo and shove it up your, that we could hear him. He was going off plumb crazy. And finally, the kids they pretty much were kids over there running that store in their 20s at least. And they were like, finally, they got the message. We're over here trying to work, and all we can hear is that same bass line. And we're already stressed out. And eventually they got the message, but it took a long time before my boss cracked. And he said, I'm going to deal with this shit right now. And he went next door, and you could probably hear him like 3 doors down screaming his head off. That's about a week before I left. Yeah, I started to see what he really was like, you know. But yeah, I mean, there are some places there, or there was when I was going to school. So I was going to Scarlet Oaks at the time. We were in Sharonville, and
Yeah.
people then seemed a little bit like if they got to know you, they treated you pretty decent. But if you were just in there and you're like, yeah, give me a burger,
Yeah.
you know, they were just kind of like, you know.
Well, there was a restaurant I used to go to all the time in Sharonville.
Where's that at?
I don't even remember the name of it. That's been a long time ago.
Yeah. We could see we could see 275 from the parking lot of the school.
Right.
WJ.
Yeah, I know where the school is. I used to drive right by it because I'd like cut through there, or cut through Sharonville, and there was like 2 malls. One was, I think, Farmington Mall, and the other one, I don't remember the name of it. They had like a theme park kind of deal inside, and they had like this little place. It was a bunch of bar and grill places. It's called Bourbon Street.
Yeah. Oh, was that Forest Fair Mall?
Yeah. That's what I was talking about earlier when you were talking about how creepy it was being in town today. When you talk about creepy, I walked through there probably about, I don't know, 7 years ago. Me and my old lady, we were up there, and I was working in Florence. So I was like, well, let's go over here to this mall. Well, the only place that was open was like JCPenney and Bass Pro. And Bass Pro, you had to access from outside. You couldn't even walk through the mall and get in there. They had it closed off.
Yeah.
So we went to walk through this mall, and they had emergency lighting on in there, and that was it. Everything was shut down except for that JCPenney.
And that's something because
I was like, oh, we
you
seen
would have
like 3
figured,
people in there.
right? I mean, you would have figured that Biggs. Now, Biggs is at the time was an Australian franchise.
Right.
You would have figured that grocery store would have kept the rest of that mall going.
Well, I was talking to a feller when I was up there, and he told me what happened. He said it was an Australian company that owned the mall. And they started putting all that money into it, and then they went to refurbish it, and I guess things went south. That may have been like back during the housing crash or something. And so he filed bankruptcy.
Yeah, the Proper People, I think, is the YouTube channel that did the last. Well, I won't say the last explorer of that place, but they got into it, and they did an exploration of it, and it was creepy because in my mind I knew where everything was,
Right.
but it wasn't there because everything was, taken out. And it was so real. I mean, I just I can't believe that's what's left of this place because it was huge. It was a big deal.
Yeah. I like that mall. There was a couple stores in there that, you just didn't, they were like mom and pop stores and you didn't see them nowhere else.
Yeah.
And one was like a tabletop gaming store. And the other one, they sold all this NASCAR stuff. And that was when I was into NASCAR, pretty hot and heavy.
And then they had the Midway there. They had the concession stands and arcade,
Right.
and that was all in the middle of the mall where all that should be. That's
Yeah.
where every mall should have that kind of stuff. Would be right in the middle, so that no matter where you came from in the mall, you would end up right there in the middle, and that's where all the food and everything was.
Right.
And get you something to eat and play some games.
Yeah. Ferris wheel and all.
Yeah, yeah. And Biggs, when you went into Biggs Grocery, you could buy bulk, like bulk cereal, and you could buy whatever you could think of. You could buy it, like pretty much their name was Biggs.
Mm-hmm.
So it was. I thought it was a cool store. A lot of times I just went in there, but I was still young at the time, in my 20s, and I was still kind of like, okay, I can afford some of this stuff. I can't afford all of it, but I can afford some of it. It was like I hadn't at the time just had no need to buy anything in bulk, but still, yeah, there was that option. And then after a while, it was just like, well, going there was a little bit out of my way because I lived in Milford, Ohio. Took me about 25-30 minutes to get there from 275.
Yeah.
Which that was one thing that I
Wow.
loved about Southern Ohio, was the fact that interstate was a ring around it. It's like New Circle Road in Lexington. New Circle Road goes all the way around Lexington.
Yeah.
So you would get somewhere you needed to be quickly because of that road.
Man, when I was working in Lexington, I was working at Vulcan Mine, and we were working night shift, so a lot of times we'd cut out early. Because, I mean, we went in there and we busted our butt and got everything set up and ready to go. And then we ended up spending like 2 months waiting on the mechanical company to get all their stuff done and out and the new back in. And so we'd cut out early at night, but I'd go like, I think it was a Walmart. It may have been a Kmart. I don't remember. But it was like the closest department store that was open when I got off at like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Well, it was right across the street from like 3 strip clubs. So I'd go in there and I'd grab my groceries and all this stuff for the week. And man, you see them girls come in there under all them fluorescent lights. It's just,
Oh, yeah.
it ain't the same.
Yeah.
It's like, man, I really don't, I'm just getting off work, just getting me some groceries, and these chicks coming in,
Yeah. And some of them
you
do.
smell them 3 miles over, 3 aisles
Yeah.
over.
They look a little bit different under the bar lights than they do the fluorescent grocery store lights.
Yeah.
And a few, it doesn't, it doesn't hurt to have a few drinks in you before you see them too. So
Yeah.
Everybody looks better at closing time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially like when you're in there like on a Monday or Tuesday night. The Monday and Tuesday crowd that worked, they never were like the cream of the crop.
Oh no. They were the boss is desperate, and they dug to the bottom of the barrel to get you, the work there. So
Yeah. All the decent looking ones usually worked on like Friday and Saturday,
Yeah. I worked a few grocery stores. Well, Goshen was probably the worst grocery store I ever worked at. There was one in Goshen, Ohio, and I hated that place. Because management was pretty much like, well, you do this, and do this. But if you ran into a problem, you had nobody to turn to because suddenly you couldn't find management. They just disappeared. Like, Are we? Did they just leave some 20-year-old people in charge of this grocery store? Oh hell, let's just give our friends some beer when they show up, or chips and beer. Here you go, take it because nobody owns the store now. It's a damn zombie apocalypse, and there's nobody running the store. We had a few that were like in their 30s, but they were just kind of like they were just there. It was a paycheck, and that was it. I quit that job real quick because it just felt like it was I would be going nowhere for so little pay.
Yeah, I never worked in the grocery store. The only thing I ever did there was I worked for Pepsi for about a year and a half, going around stocking grocery stores, but that's all I did. I spent more time on the road than I did actually working.
Yeah. I know somebody for the longest time on the CV that worked for Pepsi, and that's what he was saying. He said he spent more time driving than he did anything else. And he said, granted, it was one of their trucks, but he just felt like it because by the time he got home, it was like he had done construction work or something strenuous by the end of the day because the driving just wiped him out.
Yeah.
And by the time he got home, he was just too tired to even eat supper.
There was a few of them stores I didn't mind. They give us a nice big area to, stage all our pallets and all that mess. But then you get to some stores, like we had a Kroger's that I had to stock. Man, they give us one little closet that was like maybe 8 foot by 8 foot. Well, you try to stick, 20 pallets worth of junk in there when you're talking 12 packs, 2 liters. I think we may have still had 3 liters at that point.
No. The second worst job, no, third worst job was Olin Mills. You remember them?
Yeah.
Oh my God. They put me, I thought I was going to be taking pictures of people. No, I was doing telemarketing for them. And after a week of people hanging up on me and cussing me, I said, I'm done. This is not the job for me. This is not what I signed up for. It's not what I thought. No, you have to hang in there. You'll get to take pictures of people, sooner or later. I'm like, yeah, no. I don't like being cussed out by, people I don't know. So, see ya.
Yeah.
And,
I almost went to work for one of the satellite companies. I don't remember which one it was. I had to drive all the way to Knoxville. And I went out there, and that was just a scam. I mean, you could be an installer for them, but you had to come up with a lot of your own client base, and basically you were a salesman. Like, I ain't into sales, I'm an electrician, dude.
yeah. I often wondered about, how people got paid doing the satellite stuff for, DirecTV and, some of the other satellite companies that came out.
Some of them, it's like even a lot of the cable companies now, we've got Twin Lakes here, which is kind of big in this region. And they do a lot of theirs with, private contractors. And they get paid pretty well, because it could only take, 30 minutes to install a router and maybe run 1 or 2 cables under a house, blah, blah, blah,
Yeah.
And they get paid per outlet and all that stuff. But, just, you may get one call and then the next one might be 3 hours away.
uh, well, the funny thing is when I lived up here at the top of the property, they tried to tell us that they're getting satellite would be impossible, but yet the people in front and this place both had satellite at the time. Whoever was renting this before me, and it wasn't any more than 80 feet difference, and
Yeah.
it still had a clear shot to the sky to the south. And they still tried to say, we can't get you, we're not going to be able to get you a satellite service. And I said, you didn't even hook anything up. You're just saying we can't do it. And he got pissed off and he hooks up the satellite finder. And sure enough, he found their satellite. And I'm like, don't mess with it. It's like you're an electrician. You probably run into this. It's like, don't tell me it can't be done when, because my mind is like an engineer, and I'm going to say it can be done because I can see it. I can see this, the sky to the south, and it's going to work. And they're just like, just didn't want to work that day. He didn't
I
want
always
to work.
tell my helpers and my apprentices, there ain't no can't. We just got to figure out how.
Yeah. But this guy just didn't want to work that day. And finally, after he hooked that damn satellite finder up, he's like, oh, well, I'll be damned. I'm like, really? I walked in the house. I told my wife, I said, I got a real winner there.
But I do know that, I've done like little side jobs or not done them, but showed up to bid them. And, oh, can you do this? I'm like, oh, yeah, we can do it. I'm not going to do it.
Yeah.
Maybe 20 years ago I might have done it, but I ain't doing it now.
Yeah,
That's
I've
just
been
like
asked to do things.
I've told like superintendents and all that stuff for the last 15 years. Like, I'm just gonna tell you, dude, a shovel don't fit in my hand no more. I put my time in behind a shovel as an apprentice. I ain't doing it. No.
Yeah, there was one time manager asked me, there was a new station put up in London at the time. We were living out there. And the guy asked me if I could go to the transmitter site and do something to the transmitter. And I said, first of all, I've got access to it. I could do stuff there at the transmitter site, but what you're asking me to do will get us in trouble. And I said, no, I'm not going to do it. And what he wanted me to do was raise the power. And I said, I can't do that. What we're told to, broadcast with, that's it. We can't go above that. And he got pissed. Oh God, he was saying his face was beet red. And I called the engineer and I said, you won't believe what this guy's asking me to do. And he said, is he asking you to raise the power? And I said, how'd you guess? Because he did the same thing with me too. And I said, well, I'm not doing it. And he said, don't do it. He said, otherwise you're not going to be my apprentice anymore. I said, don't worry, I'm not going up there to do it. He said, tell you what, just leave for a few hours. He said, just leave for an hour and then call him and tell him that you did it. And then everything will be fine. He'll shut up for a while. And that's what I did. I actually the chief engineer called him and said, okay, Barry's done. So you should have more power now. He said, I thought it couldn't be done. You told me it couldn't be done. He said, exactly. Click. You know, because he was just as cocky as I was. I mean, probably even more cocky. He was just like, the rules are the rules. You don't turn your power up and expect to get by with it, And he wasn't about to put me in jeopardy, because whoever was there at the time that turned the power up would be the one that was getting,
Yeah.
So it wouldn't have just been the station getting fined, but they would have been looking at me like, okay, you're, At the time I was working towards getting my, my certificate and everything for engineering. And yeah, I wasn't about to screw that up. But you just run into people like that. They think they're above the law, and they think their ego is as big as everybody else's, or if not bigger. And whatever they say goes. And it's like, no, that's not how it works. I mean, you have certain laws and rules to follow.
It's like I was wiring a school up in Ann Arbor, right outside Ann Arbor. And I mean, it's a pretty big school. Well, we had to run a 4-inch conduit like down this main hallway. Well, he had the ceiling height, the engineer had the ceiling height like 3 inches below the I-beams, the tallest I-beams that were like, they were tapered, but they were where we only had one place we could run this pipe because of it being, how big it was. Well, our electrical engineer, used to come out pretty regularly on that job, which a lot of times that's not the case. And he's like, well, just drill a hole through that I-beam and run it through there. I mean, this is like, one of the main load supporting beams.
Yeah, it's a load bearing beam
going down a whole wing of the school. And yeah, I'm like, yeah, okay. I'm like, well, I'll tell you what, you can get somebody to do it, but this one ain't doing it. Oh, well, we can drill a hole through that. I'm like, yeah, well, you better give it to the mechanical engineer.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah, there was a trade school station south of me. I think it was when I lived in London. They had their own. Well, there was a lot for a longest time, up until about early 2000s, about the mid 2000s. A lot of high schools and trade schools had their own radio station, and this school, I think, was in Corbin. For the longest time, they had one, and they hired somebody who was like a fly-by-night engineer. He almost got them in trouble. He almost lost their license over it. And whatever he did, huh?
I've seen some sketchy engineers out there.
Yeah, whatever he did, he was putting harmonics onto other channels, and guy I was working under, who was training me, he had to go over and fix it, and he pretty much ended up working for them, pro bono. Just he didn't charge him anything, because everyone they hired screwed him over. I guess they saw this, vocational program that they thought they could take advantage of. And that's exactly what these people did. They took advantage of it. And turns out the guy who done that to him didn't even have a legit, he wasn't certified. He was almost there, like me. He was almost there. He almost had that certificate, and not the restricted, but the general radio operator's license, all that stuff. I had the restricted one, you know, and I could operate radios on boats and planes and things like that, you know. But the one that I was working towards, I could have done, you know, all the way up to like the 100 kilowatt transmitters for shortwave, you know.
Okay.
But unfortunately, he passed away, and I had sort of kind of lost interest in it. I was doing the
Yeah.
same thing with like low power transmitters, you know.
I had a guy that owned an electrical company. He wanted me to go get FCC certified so I could help him put in traffic lights. A lot of people don't realize you need that kind of certification for them.
For traffic lights?
Yeah.
Wow. You know, there's I don't know if I don't think it's there. I don't know if it's there anymore, if it's still there operating or whatever. But in London, Kentucky, right where Walmart and that strip mall is,
Yeah.
there's this sign, this LED sign that sits out there by the intersection. Across from it is the post office, and it's like a 3-way intersection. Well, 4-way if you want to count, you know, the post office. That thing puts out so much interference. It's so noisy that even FM radio is affected by it.
Hmm.
And I don't know how these people get by with running that when a simple service in London got visited by the FCC for interfering with the radio station. Yeah, it blows my mind how that little sign could put out that much noise.
Yeah.
You know,
LEDs do. I mean, between them and the drivers, they generate a lot of inductance. So,
that thing was
which is
horrible.
basically just a giant coil. So, you know, it's all magnetism and that kind of thing.
If there was no station on that channel when you were tuning around on the radio, you can guarantee you would hear that sign. He was just I really wanted to just walk right up to it and just cut the cable to it. You know, it was just so bad. And you know, I don't know if it's still up, you know, to this day, but I know when I lived there, it was just, you know, couldn't stand it. If you were sitting in the parking lot directly parallel with that sign, you better be listening to a powerful FM station. At AM, forget it. You couldn't even listen to AM.
Yeah.
You'd wipe it out from 530 all the way up to 1620. You just couldn't hear nothing. And I don't know who owned it. I assume whoever owned the shopping center, you know, but
Right.
yeah, they must have bought it from the lowest bidder because that thing was crap.
Yeah, it's usually the property manager. Well, property owner / manager. They're usually responsible for all the site lighting and stuff. They raised Cain on me not too long ago. I did all the site lighting for a new shopping center we just had put in. I guess it's been about 4 years ago. But I did every single pole light, all the signs, all that mess. We had that sign. We had to have them burning by such and such date. And it was just his dude would promise more than we should have. And I'm kind of like the other way. I don't promise things that I know I'm not going to get done, and then turn around and disappoint people. I will, like, you know, tell them I don't know if I'll get that done today. Maybe by the end of the week, kind of thing. And then if I get it done early, hey, they're even happier.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I had that sign burning, and I guess they hit it with a daggone backhoe or something. The light or the wire, the pipe underground, and so I got a call. I thought you had that running. I did.
Yeah. Homestead Aquarius, I can totally relate. You know, I haven't had a TV working in my house for 2 or 3 years now, and I would have to say that YouTube and some other sources have been my entertainment since then, because I just found, TV. I've never been that big on TV anyway, but 2.5, 3 years ago, I just decided I was done with TV, and it was just the same old garbage over and over again. And when the last one gave out on me, I said, okay, I threw it outside. I threw it away. I was done. But we get,
We just bought another 65-inch a few months ago. But, we've got 2 PlayStation 4s, a PS3, one of them Atari kind of system things. And then, they're both, well, I've got 3 TVs. I got 1 in the shop and 2 in the house. But they're all smart TVs, so we'll watch I watch Samsung TV Plus and Pluto, and then Netflix. We pay for Netflix and Hulu. It's the Hulu Disney ESPN package.
yeah. My TV basically is Tubi and YouTube. That's about it. I would just watch a lot of TV shows that I watched back then. Like I'm just now finishing up not the original, but the newer one that they put out, and that's off Tubi.
Yeah. I used to watch Crackle a lot. I liked it. I used to watch Sanford and Son on it.
Dun, 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 dun. Yeah.
Samsung TV Plus, it's pretty cool because actually I started watching it on my phone a few years back, and then they finally installed it on my TVs. They did update on the 2 that I had, and then we bought this other one that was already on there. But it's got stations that are Gunsmoke or the Waltons, old school stuff.
Yeah.
Just one station of nothing but the Waltons, one of nothing but Andy Griffith. And to sit there and watch these things now, it's God, our societies went to crap.
Right? Yeah, you don't realize it until you watch some wholesome TV like that.
You watch something like the Waltons, it's everything was about a life lesson. When I had my son, we were watching Little House on the Prairie with him.
Excuse me. That'll put you on the straight and narrow. The Little House on the Prairie will. Laura Ingalls and the semi mean Nellie. She wasn't really mean. She was just spoiled.
Yeah. But it's crazy to sit here and watch these things now.
Yeah. I watched before I just quit TV. I was watching Blaze and Comet because they had the TV shows like Knight Rider and Battlestar Galactica. The newer. Well, they had both versions, but then they stopped carrying the older version. They started carrying the newer version of Battlestar Galactica and Stargate. Now, Stargate, you have to watch Stargate. You have to pay to watch it now. So
I've watched all the Stargate, so
yeah, I'm trying to catch up. I'm playing catch up on them.
now,
And they're
well, I say
talking.
I've watched them all. I haven't watched all the different versions. I watched the normal Stargate, but then like when they came out, and I've watched SG-1. But like Stargate, Atlantis, and all that stuff, I ain't watched all that.
Yeah, that what their newer seasons or the new stuff now is it's a subscription now, so that's kind of sucks for me because I'm not going to pay
Yeah.
to watch something that used to be free. So
Yeah. And then we watched MacGyver, and
yeah,
I used to really like that show, Sliders
yeah.
and Quantum Leap. So I went
Well,
back and
all
watched
that was on Comet down here,
them.
and then which Comet is off WDKY Fox 56. It's one of their digital. Yeah. Blaze and Comet were both one of the digital spin-offs of Fox 56 up here. So they which the funny thing is they got a better signal than their main. That's kind of backwards, but anyway.
Another one I used to watch was Star Trek Deep Space Nine.
I only watched a couple of Deep Space Nine. I couldn't get into it for some reason.
I watched it when it was actually on broadcast TV. But then I lost track and,
And
maybe
then,
stopped 2 seasons in or something.
and then there was
Yeah.
What was that show?
Same thing I just said. Oh. There was take on it. I know there was like Serenity, and then there was the TV show. I never can remember which one's the TV show and which one's the movie. You had Serenity, and then you had the other one. But then there was another show that was like really close to that. But it was like 6 different people on this one ship, and I think the ship was alive. And you had this alien pilot that was like hardwired into the ship. It was kind of cool.
Oh, I was thinking
Robert might know that one.
what was the name of that freaking show? Wow.
Robert, I watched most of that on Netflix, but I think after about like season 9, I kind of dropped off on that. Yeah, all 1 seasons of Firefly, but there was another one that was something like Firefly. You had this one dude that kind of looked almost like a Romulan, and you had this one chick. She was like, I think she was like a cop or something for some kind of like almost terrorist group, like the Legion or something. I don't remember what they were called.
Gosh, that's gonna bother me. I can't think of the name of the damn TV show. It was a science fiction. Oh my god.
I had to mark out IMDb.
Only maybe if I just looked up Comet because it was on Comet for a while. Joey,
Now there's the Peter Pan and Wendy show on Disney, apparently.
okay. Oh yeah, I don't know. I lost interest in Disney a long time ago.
I like Disney just because some of the superhero stuff and I
Yeah,
guess
Comet's got X-Files on it now.
I used to watch that.
Let's see. I guess they just completely took it off the air, but there was a science fiction, there was a space show. It ran for a long time, but I cannot, I swear it just escapes me. I cannot think of the name of it. They always showed it late at night.
Farscape. That's one I was trying to think of.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Because this show I'm thinking of took place on this one, like, spaceship or whatever floating in space. It was like everybody lived there except for, wow. Oh, well, I'll probably think about it tomorrow when I'm not trying to think about it. Just pop in my head and I'll be like, oh, yeah, that's what it was.
I really
Babylon 5. That's what, Babylon, whatever it was. Yeah. That's what it was.
Yeah, and then they had Babylon AD. I didn't watch either one of them. I don't know. There for a while, it was like they were coming out with so many TV shows. It was like every season, there'd be 2 or 3 different shows coming out. Oh, I want to watch that. Well, I can't. I'm watching this. Or, I ain't got time for TV. Yeah, I really like Deep Space Nine, though.
Babylon 5 was okay. It's just really more of a nighttime drama than it was a science fiction show. At least that's how I looked at it. But they at some point they just said this is it, and then we're not going to show it anymore. And Comet just dropped it when they finally went through the whole series. They were just like, okay, this is it, and that was it. It wasn't on TV anymore. I was like, I think I watched it all. I think I watched everything from the beginning to the end. But at that point, the storyline was lost anyway because they just went off and they had different writers. And it's like, it's like World of Warcraft. They went off the script too, didn't they? Yeah. It was like, what, we're the afterlife? What? Before they brought out the dragon, the whole dragon thing, they were doing the afterlife type thing. And I'm like, oh, okay, wait a minute. We just went way off script here. But I think I'm gonna call it a night. It's been fun conversation and stuff, and certainly,
All right, man.
Certainly build up some viewer hours, I think, because usually I don't run this late, but I don't do live so often either.
Just I'm gonna be on Tom's live tomorrow.
Cool. What channel is it? What's his name?
I've got a community post on it.
Okay. Yeah.
It's Tom Garvey, the Keto Cook. I'm not even sure. I know he sent me the link, but they do an alternating show. So, like, 1 week it'll be on his channel. The next week it'll be on Keto Mike's channel. So I don't know whose channel it's on tomorrow. Just know I gotta be there.
All right, thanks a lot, guys, for showing up. I really appreciate it, and I'm going to try to do more lives, and along with the growing videos with the global gardening homesteading skills and that challenge. And I've got footage on my camera on my phone. It just needs to be transferred to the computer, and I don't know, just all day Tuesday I just didn't have I don't know, I could not dig up any energy to do anything. I was just felt like I was wiped out. So it's just one of those days for me, but I'll work on that later today.
Yeah, I got to do some recording today. But it's
all
supposed to
there
start
on the phone.
raining today. That's part of my problem now. It's like, okay, now that I have a place to record, if we get a lot of rain with this tin roof,
Oh
you
yeah,
can't hear nothing,
yeah.
especially
I
when it's a downpour.
have that problem with the porch here. And isn't that weird? Because like I live in a single wide. You would think that my, metal roof would be obnoxiously loud, but it's not. My
Right.
porch with the corrugated, roofing is the loudest thing there is. That thing is obnoxiously loud. I'm like, I like the sound of rain on the roof, but that is just amplify it about 100 times, and then you
Well,
got
this building too, where it's got like the barn roof. I think it's even worse.
like you got to yell to talk to if your better half was to come into there, and you would have to yell to talk to her, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's pretty much what it's like if you stand on that porch, and even with the door shut, which my desk sits right by the front door. It's it's pretty
Yeah, I've
loud.
got several mail calls to do. And I got to get some stuff mailed out tomorrow to both of them too, and 2 more people.
Yeah. Hey there, and if I was at the top of the hill, Homestead Aquarius, that's a huge. It's like a 30-foot by 9-foot shed up there, and it's all corrugated metal roof, and would have been even worse. So even though I would love to have that shed down here, it's just it didn't work out that way. But it would be the same same deal. It'd just be like, well, this is not a good place to film at. Not during a rainstorm anyway. But yeah, so I'll be trying to work on that footage tomorrow. Hopefully I'm not
Yeah, plus I
drastically.
figure I need to make some videos of the new puppy because she might make me YouTube famous.
Oh, you never know.
I know them animal videos do pretty well.
Cuteness sells sometimes.
All right, man. Well, I'll holler at you later.
All right. Thank you for coming up. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And
Take care.
everybody have a great night and a great morning and a better day tomorrow. We'll see you.
See